Hey y'all, what's up everybody? Good evening, and welcome to the cottage. I hope you guys are doing good. We're going to throw some cards tonight for you guys, spill some tea, get you some advice, figure out what's going on in your love life, and get you hopefully the clarity you need and some guidance, all that good stuff. I hope everybody's doing well. I'll give you guys just a minute to get in, and we'll go from there. Let's see what's up, everybody. Hope you guys are having a good evening. Grab your favorite beverage if you haven't already. Prop your feet up, chillax, and let's get some answers. I hope everybody's doing well. Let's clear some energy. We do that on many readings. We pull out the old sound bowl. Here we go. All right. Hey, Jesse, how you doing? Good to see you. All right, here we go. Source, Spirit, Universe, Divine Guides, give us information for everyone that listens for their highest good, for their greater good, so that good life path decisions can be made in alignment with consciousness of the divine. As it is spoken, so it is. All right, here we go. Gina is up first, and I don't know if Gina is going to be here or not, but I know what Gina's question is for sure. And so let's go back and pull that up. I have it right here. All right. So here we go. Let's do Gina real quick. Let's do Gina. Let's see what's going on with Logan, the Sag. Let's see what's up. Hey, Laura. How you doing? All right. Tell me about Logan toward Gina. Give me the Sag toward Gina. Give me Logan, the Sag toward Gina. What's going on with the Sag? What about Logan toward Gina? 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 The Lover's card. Chariot in reverse. Three of Swords. What? So he feels this strong bond with you, but he may feel he's not speaking up. He's not really speaking up. Page of Pentacles here in the reverse. He's not speaking up about feeling stuck, and he feels torn as a result, and he doesn't speak up about it. Two of Swords here. He feels this incredibly strong bond with you. Okay, no doubt about it. But he just doesn't really speak up about what is on his mind. I know you say he's picking up. There's a lot in that brain that is not being verbalized. Eight of Swords. Damn. You know, my card suggests that he's going to open up about this, though. Yeah, he's going to come around and talk to you about what's on his brain. Now, for it may be, let me tell you what this could be. There's either one of two things. Either this is him feeling torn, or he's up in his head about if he feels like you're torn between him and someone else. Okay? It could be that, but either he's feeling torn or he's concerned about you feeling torn. One or the other. All right? I do get he doesn't feel like he's on solid ground. All right? Yeah. I'm picking up third-party energy here. Do I think this is traditional third-party energy? I don't. It does come up with the past. So I don't know if it's his past or if it's you know who. But it's either him torn between you and a past person energetically. I don't think anybody's messing around. It's not that at all. But what I feel like is that's heavy on his brain. Do I think he's going to open up to you about it? I do. All right. But he's kept it internalized for a lot. Now, he does see a future with you. He absolutely wants to treat you well with the Star card and the Justice card here. And open up. And he has true emotions and deep feelings. Okay. He is committed to staying on a self-improvement path here with the devil in reverse. Okay, that can speak to that, and breaking some patterns. So that's pretty cool. I think either it's that he feels like you're torn and that bothers him, or he feels torn himself, and it could be both. All right, that's what I got, Miss Gina. That's what I got. Hey, Christian Lynn, thank you, and I miss you too. I appreciate you, Christian Lynn. You have always been so sweet, so supportive. I greatly appreciate you, Christian Lynn. Did I always call you Kristen Lynn or Christian Lynn? I don't know. But anyway, if I called you by the wrong name, you know I apologize. Right? Laura Ann, I hope you're doing good this evening. Kristen, what's up? Jesse, I'm laughing. He says, got some grass cut enough to create some neighbor peer pressure for the ones falling behind. I'm laughing because mine needs it. God. Hey, Nadine, how you doing? Hey, Mocha, what's up? You know what I forgot to do? Post the list. My boneheaded self. I forgot to put the list up. There we go. But anyway, all right, let's go to Joanna. Joanna paid for a general advice spread, so we're going to do that real quick. Let's see. All right, what is the advice that Joanna needs right now? What is the advice that Joanna needs? Give me the general advice that Joanna needs right now. What is the general advice that Joanna needs? General advice. General advice for Joanna. General advice for Joanna. General advice for Joanna. General advice for Joanna. What does Joanna need to know? Joanna, your advice is this. Scrutinize things that are presented to you, okay? There may be some sort of opportunity. I feel like this may be a financial nature decision, maybe about a home or a job offer. It could be either one, or working from home or something like that. But I feel like it needs a lot of scrutiny. I feel like that there is a possibility that there is something here that is not trustworthy. Okay, I know you have X-ray vision. I see that you're a Capricorn, a Scorpio with Gemini. So just scrutinize any opportunities that cross your path and make sure that you can, that they can pass the litmus test. In general, that could be coming out because of it being Mercury retrograde. And so it may just be that you need to, when you're looking at things that are, financial, whether it's a major purchase or, leasing something or a job, I'm looking at a major financial decision here on the board it's going to affect home and family. And I feel like you need to make sure that you dot your I's and you cross your T's, okay? So I hope that helps you. Joanna. All right. Let me double check something real quick. Oh, let's see. Hold on. I just looked at something. Hold on. All right, Joanna. Hang on one second. Yeah. Okay. All right. Next up is Mocha Drop. Hey, Dina. How you doing? Is it possible to be in mental prison twice if you're healing from shadow work? I would be shocked if it didn't happen at least 10 times. I would, Christian Lynn. I absolutely would. Okay, let's go to Mocha Drop. Let me timestamp for Mocha Drop. Let's look at Ed's intentions toward Mocha the Virgo. Oh no, I just looked at the last sentence. Jeez. All right, give me Ed's intentions toward Mocha. Give me Ed's intentions toward Mocha. Give me Ed's intentions toward Mocha. Ed the Scorpio toward Mocha. Ed's intentions toward Mocha Drop. 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 Hang on, Mocha Drop. I gotta shuffle again. Give me Ed's intentions, please, toward Mocha Drop. Give me Ed's intentions toward Mocha Drop. Hierophant in the reverse. That's the marriage card. Emperor in the upright. King of Swords in the reverse. Here's what I got. I want to be your life partner. I just don't want to be your husband. And I am stubborn about it. Being stubborn about it. The World card in the reverse speaks to unfinished business. The Magician is here. I think he has intentions to make things right. He will pop up again. High Priestess in the reverse. He absolutely will. Why? He's not cooperative here. The Three of Wands in reverse. He's not feeling cooperative. Sometimes the Three of Wands in reverse is about third-party energy. Player with the Knight of Wands in reverse and the Queen of Wands in reverse. There's a part of me that wonders if the third party is on the other side, if you know what I mean, Mocha. Until I saw that player card and the Queen of Wands in reverse, and I kind of wonder if he's out doing the Humpty Dumpty. He's going to come back around. Ten of Swords in the reverse and Strength card in the reverse with hat in hand. Star, Knight of Cups. He's going to come back around and romance you, but I kind of feel like he's being a little bit of a mess right now. I kind of feel like he's being a little bit of a mess, if you know what I mean. So I think he has every intention of coming back around. I have to ask, before this most recent haunting, if you will, did the M word come up at all? Do you think that's why he vanished? Because that was the first card out, was the Hierophant in the reverse, being very set on that, right? And so, hey, Fire Leo Sag, what's up? Because it's like, that's what's on his brain. That's what's on his brain. Hey, Robert, what's up? You know I got you. It's Friday. You can drink you some coffee, right? But yeah. Hey, Steph, what's up? But I'm curious. It didn't come up at all. It's in his brain. It was the first card out whenever he's, because they talk to us through the cards. When he was talking to me through the cards, he's like, I am not marrying her. I'll be her man, but I'm not marrying her. That's what's up. Thank you, Robert. You're the best. That's what I feel. All right. Unfortunately, you're having a glass of wine. Good. What wine are you drinking, Mocha Drop? I'm being nosy now. But that's what I got, my love. That's what I got. I think he's going to pop back up as sure as anything. But he might be playing a little bit right now. He might be, carousing around, so to speak. Excuse me. You're drinking a Cosmopolitan. Oh, that sounds nice. Nadine, I got to add you to the list. You just booked, so let's get you on the list, love. I got you, Robert. Let's see here. He better not. I know, right? He needs to get over himself. Fruit Loop. All right, so Nadine and then Robert. All right. Steph, how was the rest of your day? But Mocha, I hope that gave you some clarity, love. Next up is Vernilli, and Vernilli has asked for advice from the tarot, so that is what we're going to do. I think, let me double check. Yep, okay. You got you some tots and extra iced tea from Sonic. That sounds good. Good. Massage was amazing. That's always good to hear. All right, so Vernilli is looking for advice. Let's get some overall advice from the tarot. What does Vernilli need to hear most right now? What does Vernilli need to know most right now? Give me general advice. Sounds good, Robert. Sounds good. Give me general advice for Vernilli. Give me general advice for Vernilli. Hey, Robert, if you want, I can text you when I get like a couple of minutes from starting with you, or 5 minutes from starting with you. I can do that. All right, let's see what's up. What does Vernilli need to know most from the cards? Give me 3-card spread for advice for Vernilli. Give me overall advice for Vernilli. Overall advice for Vernilli. What does Vernilli need to know most right now? There's something here, obstacles that are pretty great. 10 of Wands in the reverse. There's something that needs to be released. All right. I'm not sure what that is. There's some past energy here, absolutely, that needs to be released. The reason is it's holding you back. These obstacles between you two are coming up as just, they're not going to be solved. Whatever the problems are between you and a past person you're not going to be able to come to a satisfactory mutual resolution. All right. So that really is creating a lot of heavy energy that needs to be released. All right. Absolutely needs to be released. It's not stable at all. I just don't think there's a future there. And that's what your advice is, Vernilli. All right. Let's go to Kristen. All right, here we go. Let's go to Kristen. All right, Kristen. What does Kristen need to know? Kristen the Sage, what does Kristen need to know most from the tarot? What does Kristen need to know most? What does Kristen need to know most today? What does Kristen need to know most? Thank you, V-Floor. What does Kristen need to know most? 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 Thank you, Steph. What does Kristen need to know most? Okay, so you're going to be faced with some sort of a decision, and with the Lover's card here, all right? The Five of Pentacles is in the reverse, and the Three of Pentacles is in the reverse. This could have to do with something coming in from the past. It also could be a monetary decision. And there's kind of a fork in the road here. And you're being called to take the high road, something for your highest good. Okay? Why is the Three of Pentacles in the reverse? Strength card in the reverse, Ace of Cups in reverse. This could be a romance situation, okay? And it looks to me like if it is a romance situation, Kristen, it's energetically draining, okay? With the Strength card in the reverse and the Ace of Cups in the reverse. It's possibly because it doesn't ever fully get off the ground. There's just this lack of cooperation between you and someone with the Three of Pentacles in the reverse. If this is a financial thing, all right, it's kind of similar in that it's not going to be worth your time, all right? The high road is going to be releasing a lot of baggage and stress. Yeah, absolutely. It's gonna be it's ultimately harder, but at the end of the day, it's gonna be much better for you. It's extremely draining dealing with my cheater, soon to be ex husband. Good. You know, another thing that I got from this thing, Kristen, is that you're dealing with someone who's a liar, okay? And as such, sometimes it's just best to let them, you know, when you're engaging with someone like that, sometimes it's just best to not even talk to them or, you know, just stick to the facts. Talk to them about what you have to. But any other minutia kind of conversations where they try to swoop you, or pull you into some kind of where they're bargaining or trying to argue with you and tell you why you're wrong, just let them ride alone and, you know, just let it go in one ear and out the other. He's a massive liar. Yeah, I see that. But wait, I think then this is really telling you, with him, take the high road, take the easy road. You cannot argue with fools and expect them to ever understand. That's kind of what I'm getting. You can't argue with it. You can't engage with fools and think they're going to come out anything other than fools, because they choose to be, right? Yes, okay. I ignore him, hardcore ignore him, drives him absolutely nuts. I also will say this, Kristen, another thing that I feel like is don't let it get you down. Don't let it, in other words, don't let his foolishness, if you will, even though you're not engaging with him verbally, and I think that's good, make sure you don't let it, you know, affect your vibe. Stay in your zen place, baby. There you go. There you go. How in the world did a Sagittarius ever end up with never mind. Hey, Angel Eyes, how you doing, beautiful? Good to see you. But that's what I got, Kristen. That's what I got. I hope that helps you. All right, let's go to Dina. Dina is, let's see here. Let's see here, Miss Dana. Let's see here. Let me see. Let me timestamp for Dina real quick. All right. Low, Murray, and Mo, Larry, and Curly. I'm trying to get it right, Dina. Oh, Lord, Kristen. All right, so Dina says, what is your, okay, Libra Sun, Sagittarius Moon, and Rising. All right. My spirit guides strongly guided me to travel to the UK, and I'd love to understand why. I also met someone there and would like to know how they truly felt about me and whether that meeting was part of the reason I was guided there. We'll talk about that. It is highly possible that that is why. If your spirit guides had anything to do with this, there are some valuable learning experiences for you in the UK. And learning always takes you out of your comfort zone and is often unpleasant, okay? We will see what that means for you, and we will go from there. But I will tell you, if your spirit guides wanted you to meet this guy, romance doesn't exist at all on the 5D. I will tell you that. Contrary to the bullshit teachings out there, you know, from the twin flame bullshit community and others, romance does not exist at all on the 5D. So if your spirit guides wanted you to meet this person, it was probably to learn something. Now, your spirit guides don't have any opposition to you falling in love. They understand that, you know, love is a human construct and can be a beautiful thing, but they're just not invested in romance one way or the other. The one thing your spirit guides care about, and the only thing, is that you ascend. That's it. That's what they care about. And ascension almost always happens with pain. I will tell you that as well. Sadly, that is what's up. So let's see what the energies are around traveling to the UK. What are the energies around traveling to the UK? What are the energies around traveling to the UK? What are the energies here? Tell me about the trip to the UK and what that was about. Tell me about the trip to the UK. 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 So we have the Magician, we have the Nine of Pentacles, and we have the King of Pentacles in the reverse. Actually, it had little to do with love and a lot to do with showing you how strong you are on your own. Your trip. Your trip is about learning to be solid and stable and grounded alone. Nine of Pentacles, independent of anyone. Nine of Pentacles is about being single and independent and strong and steady. All right. And the Magician card, is a very resourceful card. It's also about being able to transmute energy. It's about being able to take really yucky things and turning them into great things. Well, I understand you went by yourself, but you were sent there to stay by yourself and to function on your own. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's about staying single and not getting attached into something. That was actually the goal of this trip. Okay, this trip may have been a little bit of a test for you. One of the things, is that there could be, if you find yourself a person who is always wanting to be in a relationship or always needing to be in a relationship, it was to create resistance there, okay? And to put you in a situation where, you learn to be single. Yes, absolutely. I literally am getting resistance here. Three of Pentacles in the reverse. Three of Cups in the reverse. High Priestess in the reverse. What is that doing? That's talking about you learning to advocate for yourself, to be self-sufficient, and to speak up for yourself. And to be given situations where challenges exist, i.e. resistance. And you to learn to navigate this world alone. Not to arrive alone, but to remain alone so that you can learn to navigate alone and to balance both the feminine and masculine energies within you when you need to. The feminine is very soft and passive. The masculine is very strong and advocates for ourselves and has boundaries, and we bring both of those into balance to work together for ourselves, no matter whether you're male or female, right? So that's what the purpose of this was for you to learn to be stable and grounded and solid alone. There's resistance here, obstacles here. Challenging you to learn to be alone. I've got it again. Judgment card in the reverse. That's obstacles too great to overcome. The Nine of Cups in the upright. That's a card of being single and happy and having everything you need coming from within. That is the Magician. The Magician is what enables a person to get into that Nine of Cups here. The resistance, the obstacles. Who can overcome the obstacles? The Magician. That's who. And it's to teach you that you're the Magician. Literally. So that's what this UK trip is all about. So we will look at this romance situation and see how they feel toward you. Hey, Ms. Green Eyes, how you doing? Good to see you. All right, let's see how this person feels toward you, Dina. It almost feels, I'm going to be real with you, it almost feels like this travel to UK was kind of a secret journey. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, there is an old song by the Police back from the 80s, and I want you to go listen to those lyrics. And it's about literally self-discovery. The cards, it kind of speaks to that. Like this was your time to find you. This was your time to find you. So let's see. Well, it's more than just resources. It's more than just resources. It's literally all the answers, all the emotion, and all the love, and all the connection. Right. So let's see how this person feels toward you that you met. How does this person feel toward you that you met? How does this person feel toward you that you met? How does this person feel toward Dina? 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 So I have the Three of Wands in the reverse, the Six of Cups, and the Seven of Pentacles in the reverse. Okay, so the Three of Wands in reverse is I mean, I think there is a deep fondness from this person toward you with the Six of Cups here. But Three of Wands in reverse suggests a lack of a desire to want to build something with you. Feeling like it would be a waste of time with the Seven of Pentacles here in the reverse. I don't know if this person is with another person. They are. I don't know if you're aware, but this person is with someone. That's why the Three of Wands is here in the reverse. And there's an ex that this person, I don't know if they were with them then. I don't really think they were, Dina, but I think I don't think they were over an ex, and I think since then, I think they have gotten with that ex. I think they have reconciled with an ex or are working on a reconciliation. I don't think this person wants to treat you unfairly, okay? But at the same time, I think that this person doesn't want to waste your time and is not really wanting to build anything because they have kind of gotten back with an ex. Yeah, Two of Swords. And so they're dealing with another person here. Star reverse. So they don't feel like there's any future here because of that. All right. So I don't really get any, bad feelings from this person. In fact, I get a general fondness. And thinking back on the memories here with the Six of Cups, and having pleasant, thinking of the pleasant memories, but at the same time, just feeling like it wouldn't be fair to you to really pick up and pursue anything. That's what I got. That's what I got as far as where this person is. I don't know if that makes sense to you, if you know about that ex, but I think they are either already back with that ex or actually pursuing that. That's what I got. And if that's the case, that absolutely tracks with what I said in the beginning about our spirit guides. You kind of knew about them. Yeah. So that actually makes sense then, Dina. Everything that I said kind of makes sense. You were literally brought there as a test, and kind of presented with something that gave you some disappointment and maybe an opportunity to look in the mirror. You're still mad at them. Yeah. So there's a need to that anger that you feel is certainly understandable. At the same time, and the way that this person treated you, probably not fair. You know, not your fault at all, but what is your responsibility now is to take this box of darkness and to transmute it by healing and doing shadow work. All right. It hurt pretty bad. Yeah. So see, I wasn't off, was I? Because you know, and I know, your spirit guides, the only reason they would, which I question, I mean, I'm going to be real with you. This is just me. This is real talk right now, Dina. I question that this was from your spirit guides. This was probably from your Saggy moon and rising. Not a thing in the world wrong with the itch to travel. I love that about Sagittarians, okay? But I absolutely feel like that your spirit guides wouldn't put you in a situation where this would happen to you. Right? So they may have had something to do with you going, but the idea was for you to learn to be alone. And so, yeah, you might have missed the assignment on that one, but that's okay. You can pick up and heal from this, and you can pick up and do the work that resulted from it, and that's okay too. That doesn't mean you got off your path. It just means you're doing it just a little bit differently than they originally had planned, right? So there you go. Honey, if you could know the number of times that I have gotten myself into situations so that I am not sitting here on some grandstand high horse and looking down on you. Oh no, I'm in no position to do that. I don't want you to think that at all, Dina. All right, that's not where this is coming from. Unfortunately, this is coming from 62 years of walking the planet and making some really questionable decisions. And we won't go too much down that path because I want to preserve one shred of reputation that I have. But I hope that helps you, love. You're always on an adventure. I love that. I love that. And I think that's great. I think that's great. All right. So next up is Ola. And I hope that helped you, Dina. I hope that helped you, love. Thank you, Steph. All right, Miss Ola. Ola is a Saggy too. We've got another Saggy. Saggy Waggy. And we've got a Libra. And we want to know, Ola is the Saggy, wanting to know if she and Mr. Libra will be in a solid, loving relationship. So let's see what the future holds between Ola and this Libra. What is the future between Ola and this Libra? What is the future between Ola and this Libra? What is the future between Ola and this Libra? What is the future between Ola, the Sagittarius, and this Libra? What's the future between Ola and the Libra? What is the future between Ola and the Libra? What's the future between Ola and the Libra? What is the future, please, between Ola and the Libra? So I have the Page of Pentacles here in the reverse. I have the Eight of Wands in the upright and the Queen of Wands in reverse. I don't think that everything that comes out of this Libra's mouth is gospel. to begin with. I do get this Libra suddenly reaching out to you, perhaps after some period of silence or scant communication, kind of suddenly, for sex. I'm going to be real with you. But the Queen of Wands in reverse, it looks to me like it would be sex and sex only. Yeah, Knight of Cups in reverse, Ace of Wands in reverse. So it absolutely looks like this Libra is possibly going to reach out to you with the hopes of a one and done, especially with that Ace of Wands in reverse. I have picked up some third-party energy here with the Three of Pentacles in the reverse. We have the Five of Cups in reverse and the Knight of Pentacles in the reverse. So we got a lot of time waster energy and a lot of mind fuck energy here with the Eight of Swords here. It looks to me with the Knight of Cups in reverse and the Strength card in the reverse, what I get from that is an emotional manipulation attempt to try to get what they want. I see you ending up overall single. Nine of Pentacles here. All right. So I do not see it being Three of Cups here in the reverse. Lots of resistance and lots of third-party energy here. Absolutely no commitment. At best, a one and done sexually. That's about it. That's about it with this Mr. Libra, the Mr. Libra. That's what I got, Ola. So unfortunately, if you're looking for something like a long-term loving relationship with this guy, which is what you had mentioned, I don't think that's going to be your guy. I don't think that's going to be available with Mr. Libra. I don't. All right. Right, Ms. Green Eyes? Laura, before I read for you, I'm going to go adjust my air. I adjusted it before I sat down, but it's still cut off, and you know how I always get hot. But, Ola, I hope that helped you. I hope that at least gave you some clarity on your situation, and I hate it. But it may be it may be best to try to release this and move towards something that's more sustainable, someone who's more interested in something other than just playing around. Because that's what I really pick up from that Libra. And I will say this, Ola. You need air before my reads. I know I need air before I read for an air sign, right? It's a redhead. I don't know. Maybe. Come on, Baxter. Let's go adjust the air. I know he's going to come anyway, so we'll just let him come on. Come on, Bax. All right. Come on. Come on, buddy. It's so funny. I have always, whenever I read, I have to have my house cold enough to hang meat in it. And I'll sit in here and I'll be fine. And the minute I walk in there and I'm not reading and, doing my thing, it feels like a refrigerator and I'm just like, woo. Anyway, all right, Miss Laura, let's take a look at your situation. All right, here we go. So, Laura, the Gemini, who is spying on me? I feel like people are watching but not saying anything. That's been on my mind lately. Let's see. Let's see if anybody's... I always feel like somebody's watching me. All right, Laura, let's see what we got. Anybody watching, Laura? And if so, who? Two different people are watching you. Two of Wands flew out. Let's see what we can tell Laura about these two people that are watching her. Two people that flew out like a kite. Okay. That flew out like a bird, Laura. So I know good and well that's two different people. Two of Wands. Tell me more. Tell me about these two folks watching Laura. Tell me about these two folks watching Laura. Do you have an idea there's more than one? You said people, so yeah. That tells me you feel like there's more than one. You're not wrong. Let's see who they are and what they're up to. Who are they and what are they up to from a largie? Somebody wants to reach out to you that you're mad at. Oh, did you call? There's somebody here that, Laura, did you Gemini? There's somebody you called out for some bullshit. Queen of Swords in reverse, Five of Swords in reverse. I feel like you called them out, or at least you clocked their tea. I don't know if you called them out, but you definitely clocked their tea. They think you're mad at them. They want to pop up. High Priestess here in the reverse. Whoever this is, more about it, please. You cut them out because you felt like they were toxic. You thought they were toxic. Devil in reverse. Ten of Cups in reverse. Big rejection here. And you walked the hell away. Laura, the Capricorn rising Gemini sun, did not look back. It was a big fat no for you. I don't even think you were necessarily with this person per se. I really don't. What else? The Star in reverse. Good Lord. Queen of Pentacles in the upright. Three of Swords. This person did not take rejection well. That's how you're going to know who this is. I don't necessarily think this is somebody you've been with per se. I just think it's somebody that you're not speaking to in this moment, that they feel like you're mad at them. You rejected them over some fuckery, okay? And they did not take too I mean, I don't get that they're mad. I think they do think you're mad, but I think they're just took this really hard. They took a rejection, like, really hard. Like, you know, me and you, Laura, I mean, hell, we're Geminis with Capricorn placements. I mean, somebody rejects us, we're just like, oh, okay. And we just keep it moving. We don't give a fuck. But this person, like, they got their feelings hurt over this, all right? Three of Swords here. It's like, man. Was it the one that said, did we break up? I'm just kidding. I don't think it's that one. But there's somebody here that took a rejection to heart. That's one of them. All right, let's drill down on the other one that watches Laura. Tell me about the other one that watches Laura. Tell me about the other one. I feel like I need to pick up all the cards except that Two of Wands, so I'm going to do it. All right, we're going to read the other one. I'm going to read for the other one. Who's the other one that watches Laura? Who's the other one that watches Laura? Who's the other one that watches Laura? Who's the other one that watches Laura, the Gemini? Who is the other one that watches Laura? Who's the other one? I feel like I need that. Laura! I pulled the Devil card again. Good God. That was the one that I said, I feel like I need that card. That's the card that came out. Hold on a minute. Maybe it's here because it's Capricorn energy. Let's hope so. Who is it that is, who's this other person watching Laura? Now we've got the Wheel of Fortune that came out sideways. That could be Sag or Pisces. Probably Sag. That feels very Sagish to me, possibly. But it's sideways. That's what's interesting. Tell me more about this other person. Hey, Ashlyn. Tell me about this other person. Tell me about this other person. Tell me about this other person. Queen of Pentacles, and whoever this is obsessed. You may have friend-zoned someone and they're obsessed with you. I don't know if that makes sense. They want something with you, flat out. Two of Swords, why? Moon in reverse. Oh, Laura. Laura, You told them no too. You saw something you didn't like. I don't know what it was. The moon in reverse. This is someone that you saw something in them you didn't like. With the what is the Two of Swords here? Were they wishy-washy or indecisive, or were they juggling you? Page of Swords, there's your spy card. Why is this Two of Swords here? Knight of Wands in the reverse. So we've got player energy, Temperance in the reverse. Magician, okay. I'm getting someone that was kind of manipulative. Player, tried to play on your weaknesses. Yeah, Strength in reverse. See, I did need air. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. This is someone that they're now obsessed with you. They may have some sort of addiction even. Okay? With the Queen of Pentacles here in the reverse, you may or may not be aware of that. But you may have friends on this person, sort of like a sort of kind of friend with the Page of Pentacles here in the reverse. They may have come off as manipulative, or their communication or wishy-washy. And I think you observed that, and you clocked that, literally, moon reversed, and I think you were like, I'm not doing this. I think this person is trying to manifest something with you, but it's not anything that's stable, all right? Three of Wands here in the reverse, man. Seven of Swords! What kind of fuckery goes here? You know what I think with that Wheel of Fortune in reverse? I think this is someone that's going to give you some indication that they think that you guys are meant to be, or that you guys are on a path, and I think it's just horse shit. I think they're just trying to feed you a line of shit. I'm going to tell you who this feels like to me, Laura. I'm going to tell you who this one feels like. It's going to tell you exactly what I get from this thing. This feels like somebody who would go 2 weeks without texting you and then text you out of the blue and say, hey, you want to watch movies and cuddle? That's who that feels like to me right here. I don't know who the other one is, but I can tell you who this one is. That's who's popping up in your energy right now. Hey, Ultravulva, how you been? So that's what I think. What's crazy is that, you know what's nuts? I'm going to tell you what I feel about Mr. Movie. Yes, that's exactly who I'm picking up on. I'm going to tell you how I feel about Mr. Netflix. Mr. Netflix is obsessed with you, and I'm going to tell you why. Because you said no to the offer of the Netflix and cuddle bullshit, right? And I think he's obsessed with, it feels though more like a conquest. I'm going to be real with you, especially with this obsession. And he doesn't seem like he really wants anything other than just, what he wants. I want what I want. How dare her keep that from me? How dare her tell me no, kind of thing. I don't even get that he's mad. But I think it made him, more determined to have some success with that, that thing. Yeah. I don't think you've heard the last of Mr. Netflix and Cuddle. All right. I don't. But he's a sneaky snake. Seven of Swords came out. The Devil card came out in the upright with him. You got a lot of obsessive energy. You also got a lot of possible addiction energy. And I know you don't know that Sag that well, but I would just tell you some of the reason that this person may be like that could be active addiction with the communication. So, which is all the more reason for you to stand your ground on your position with that one. But there's another one here that's all up in their feelings about being rejected. That's the other person that's watching you, Laura. I don't know if you know who that is or not. If there is somebody that would have gotten their feelings really hurt over a rejection, who is big on drinking every day, there you go. He might hit that bottle just a little bit too much. Because I've got all the Sagittarius here, and the Wheel of Fortune came out sideways, right? That was a challenge thing. Then we had the Temperance card come out in the reverse. We had the Knight of Wands come out in the reverse, which is playa, Himalaya, right? Magician in the upright, Strength reverse. That's playing on your weaknesses, seduction, probably, with all this other stuff here, right? And the Seven of Swords, all right? So, and the Two of Swords, that spoke to the inconsistent communication, right? The wishy-washy, you know what I'm saying? Hey, Wanda, how you doing? But that's what I got, Laura. That's who I see that's got their eye on you in this moment. Who is it that got butt hurt? I can't think of who that would be. I mean, I know there's several. It could be, I guess. But there's not butt hurt, but literally got their feelings hurt over a rejection. And I'm going to tell you, that's crazy. Because, Laura, I know you're a Gemini with a Capricorn rising, but to me, you're a lot kinder than I am. Laura's nice. She'll be just like, well, I don't think this is going to be a thing. Me, I'm sitting there going, you go fuck yourself and your dog, your horse you rode in on, whatever, right? But that's what I got, Laura. That's what I got. Laura, did I tell you about fish face? I'll have to tell you about fish face. I got screenshots. Remind me, Laura, to tell you about fish face. If I'm not exhausted, I'll text you after we finish up. All right. Yeah, just say fish face. That's all you got to say. A lot of them are very inconsistent, so I cut them off. Yeah. That's understandable. That's understandable. The dating pool has pee in it. The horses just... Jesse, I know, as soon as I said that, I thought, poor innocent horse. Jesse says the horse is sitting there like, what the fuck did I do? You're right. We shouldn't punish a sweet horse over that. All right. Next up is Ivan. I hope that helped you, Laura. Steph knows about fish face. Steph can tell you everything you need to know about fish face. But, all right, here we go. Ivan. Ivan is a Libra sun, Aries moon, Mars, Leo, Venus, Aries moon and Mars. Okay, strong Mars energy. That's Mars is at home in the sign of Aries. So we have a Libra sun, Aries moon and Mars, Leo, Venus, and rising. Wow, that is so crazy. Man, that is crazy. I like Leo rising, though. I think that's a nice rising. An Aries moon, my daughter's an Aries moon. And let's see, you're a Leo Venus and a Leo rising. Okay, is there a potential love interest? Have I met him? Let's see. Tell me what is around Ivan now or in the near future for romance. What is around Ivan now or in the near future for romance? Now or in the near future. Tell me that Ivan, the Libra sun, romance. There is something that could be standing in the way of romance. With the Judgment in the reverse, there might need to be somebody that needs to be released with the Devil coming in reverse, but we will see. Is there a potential love interest around Ivan right now? Is there a potential love interest around Ivan, the Libra sun, Aries moon and Mars, Leo, Venus, and rising? Is there a potential love interest around Ivan? King of Swords in the reverse. Empress in the upright. King of Wands in the upright. What's this about? Why is the King of Swords here in the reverse? Ace of Wands in the reverse. Devil in the reverse. There is somebody here that needs to be released that you do know. You may have history with this person. It could be a trauma bond. It's creating obstacles, okay? And it's just not going to go anywhere with the Ace of Wands here in the reverse. That person may not be, I do feel like this is someone you have history with. I'm not saying you want an ex back. That's not what I'm saying at all. You may not. But there is residual energy here that you're carrying, and that is going to hold you back. There is someone here. There is an opportunity for growth and expansion, but this is going to keep that from happening. This is going to keep that from happening. So the short answer is yes, there is a potential love interest here. I don't know if you have met this person or not. I do think that you did, but I think you're in a place where you may not have the capacity to relationship because you're still carrying some baggage from the past. And I think that is going to hold you back until you deal with that from having success in the area of romance. Okay, that's what I got. So yes, and I don't know if you've met this person, but I just think there's some major obstacles here toward having something successful. So I hope that helped, Ivan. I hope that helped. All right. Buzzman just booked. I got to update the list. I think Robert is probably going to want to go last, so I'll put Buzz here. And then we will go to Stephanie in a minute. I've got to go adjust some quantities here. Here we go. Hey, Buzzman. How you doing? Buzz the Virgo, Buzz the Virgo. What's up, Buzz? Let's see what we got. Give me just a second. You know, I need to sing my Virgo song. You ain't lying, Ultra Vulva. They can leave at quite the trail. Those trauma bonds can leave quite the trail. Doing okay just here at work. I gotcha. All right, let's go pull up Stephanie's question here. Or see what Stephanie's got. Yep, Stephanie had ordered advice, so we'll pull Stephanie some general advice. And Stephanie is a Capricorn. All right, here we go. Give Stephanie some advice, please. Stephanie the Capricorn. What does Stephanie the Capricorn most need to know right now? What does Stephanie the Capricorn most need to know right now? What does Stephanie the Capricorn most need to know right now? What does Stephanie the Capricorn most need to know right now? What does Stephanie the Capricorn most need to know right now? Devil in reverse, the Lover's card, and the King of Cups. It's time to make a head over heart decision about something here. And it may not be romance. The Lover's card is about decisions and taking the high road. And taking the high road is not the same thing as keeping the peace. It's not the same thing as turning the other cheek. It is honoring yourself and choosing yourself and refusing to abandon yourself. Okay, you may love a person that is toxic in some way. All right, that's kind of what I'm picking up, and it is completely okay to say I love you, and yet to have you in my life is harmful to me. Okay, so it's definitely time to make decisions and stand our ground and hold our boundaries. Okay, in a situation where we may have let some things slide. Okay, this may or may not be romance. This could be a family member, a friend, a kid, a parent. I'm not sure what it is. And it may encompass more than one place in your life. But that's what I'm seeing here. That there needs to be some boundaries where you learn to stand your ground and no longer put up with bullshit and no longer allow people to stay in your life that you love that are harmful. It's okay to love people. The thing is, you got to love yourself more. I hope that helps you. I hope that helps you. All right, we're going to Esmeralda. Here we go. Here we go. So Esmeralda is interested in a singles reading. I recently reconnected with my Scorpio ex, seen him a few times, but I don't feel the same anymore, so I stayed single. Wondering what's in the horizon. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you for that. Me too, for what it's worth, Stephanie. Me too. Me too, babes. Me too. It's not easy. Give me just a minute. Give me just a minute, Esmeralda. You know, Stephanie said that actually resonates, and that's what I've been working on. I want to say something about that. And maybe this will be helpful for Ivan. Or I'm sorry, Esmeralda. Esmeralda is, but I've seen this meme a lot, okay, where nobody talks about the grief that comes from having to make the hard decisions to remove people from your life that no longer get to have access. And I've had to make a decision or two like that over the last few months. And in both cases, those are friendships and friendships are deeply, deeply important to me. I become very emotionally invested with friends from a friendship, platonic standpoint. And the grief that has been associated with those decisions has been pretty nightmarish, if you will. And so if that makes sense to you, Stephanie, when you're saying you've been working on that, and that resonates with you, and you're wrestling with the grief of having to make those decisions, I just want you to know that that's normal and it's okay. But at the same time, you got to do what you got to do, right? You got to do that. Yes, lots of grief, especially when it's family. Yes, oh my God, yes, so much that. And you love those people. You do. And it's hard. And it hurts. But you got to do that. And I'm proud of you. If nobody else told you that, Stephanie, I'm telling you, I'm proud of you. All right. Here we go. Let's read for Esmeralda now. Here we go. Esmeralda. So, I'm interested. Okay. Yes, Esmeralda is a Cancer. And yes, happy birthday, Esmeralda. I did not say that. I'm interested in a singles reading. I recently reconnected with my Scorpio ex, seen him a few times, but I don't feel the same, so I stayed single. Wondering what's on the horizon. Thank you. Let's see. What can Esmeralda, the Cancer, expect in romance? What can Esmeralda, the Cancer, expect in romance? What's on the horizon for Esmeralda in romance? There she is. Hey, beautiful. What can Esmeralda expect in romance? Esmeralda, the Cancer. Give me the future on romance, please. Give me the future on romance. 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 Give me the future on romance for Esmeralda, the Cancer. Give me the future on romance for Esmeralda, the Cancer. Give me the future for romance for Esmeralda, the Cancer. Give me the future for Esmeralda on romance. King of Pentacles in the reverse, Moon reversed. Page of Swords. Seven of Swords. Queen of Wands. Two of Swords. So there's a couple of people that are going to be crossing your path as, you know, potentials, if you will. Tell me more about that one before I say too much. Okay. The cards are saying this. Many will approach the gate. Few get to enter. Miss Sanchez, there's going to be a lot of discernment needed on your part. Okay? And I see a lot of people coming towards you. I don't see anybody right now that's going to pass the test, if you will, that's going to check many of the boxes, right? And in fact, they may check some of these boxes pretty early on, okay? There's one here that's unstable, maybe financially, with the King of Pentacles here in the reverse. Then you've got somebody here who is in another way untrustworthy and possibly a liar. I've got the Two of Swords here. That's a blockage. There may be some sort of a blockage that you have with regard to romance. Let's see. Let me delve into that a little bit. Give me more on this. Tell me why this is here with this Two of Swords. Well, I'm going to just pick up all the cards. I want to know if there's a blockage, and if so, what it is. All right, let's just start over, because I'm seeing people cross your path, but I'm seeing them be twat waffles, okay? Let's see if we can find out. Let's see if we can get you some valuable info as to what's going on and why. What's going on? Is there anything that you have that Esmeralda needs to know that she can do on her part? Good Lord. What's this? Okay. Tell me more on this. Tell me more on this. Tell me more on this. So that makes sense to you. I got you. feel you, girl. I feel you. What does she need to know? What does she need to know? You do have some unfinished business. You do have some lingering energies. And I think it's relative to the Scorpio. The Six of Cups is Scorpionic energy. That came out sideways, which is a challenge card. And then I got unfinished business with the World card in reverse, Nine of Wands, Moon reverse. I do feel like that this is not a matter of you being unattractive in any way. But I do feel like this is some internal stuff that you can do. I also feel like you're getting this card with the Four of Wands here. That was one of my jumpers. And that the reason that came out, Esmeralda, is to say you will find your Four of Wands, your 1111 card, your person, your happily ever after. You absolutely will. And it also came out for another reason. You're exactly where you're supposed to be. So in the meantime, use this time where nobody interesting is crossing your path and invest in yourself and do some inner work, okay? And just do some cleanup work around this past energy. It may be the Scorpio. It may go back before the Scorpio. There's some unresolved stuff that needs to be closed out and addressed, okay, from the shadow work standpoint. So that's here. But you also have a tremendous amount of success. I do feel like abandonment wounds or fears of being alone may be issues that you might want to touch on. I also am going to say something else, Esmeralda. I don't know. The Nine of Wands is here. I feel like your inner voice is hard on you. You tell me if that makes sense to you. And if so, you might want to sit down and have a conversation with whoever's on the other side of that inner voice and say, why the hell are you so hard on me? I'm really a good person. And maybe process through things with that inner voice, okay, in some way. I don't know, but I feel like I feel like one of your problems in romance with the Nine of Wands here also may be a rinse and repeat thing, right? No matter who it is, the same result, different skin. And you can break that pattern too. By doing shadow work is going to help that. But I also think your inner critic is really hard on you, and that is going to affect, your romance life, believe it or not. It does make sense to you. Okay. So I think you're getting a lot of information here that is useful. I think that the people crossing your path, it's just that they're not suitable. They're not suitable suitors, right? But at the same time, take advantage of this time that you are not really running across anybody that is suitable. Get yourself into a better place, and I think it's going to increase the likelihood of you running across somebody that is more suitable, if that makes sense. But I absolutely do feel like you are going to have a long-term happy relationship, and I think it's on the other side of this stuff. I really do. That's what my cards are saying. I hope that helped you, Esmeralda. I hope that gave you some clarity, some insight, some guidance. Good, thank you. Thank you so much. All right. Let me see where we're at. Give me just a minute, y'all. Who is next? Joseph is next. Master of Strumpets. You're up next, but I'm taking about 2 minutes to do a little multitask, a little housekeeping real quick, Joseph. I am ready. I will be. Give me just a minute, love bug. I will definitely be. I will definitely be ready shortly. I sure will. All right. Next up is Joseph Man. How are we doing on time? I may let 1 or 2 more people book before I close out. We'll see. Good deal, Ivan. Thank you so much for the feedback, love. She's a Gemini. She can do that. I know. It's ridiculous. I will say, though, sometimes I'll feel scattered. I have ADHD too, Jesse. I don't know if you know that. I don't think I've ever told y'all that, but yeah. All right, let's see what we got. Joseph. Let me timestamp for Mr. Joseph. All right, here we go. Pisces, you know of my potential love interest lately. Yes, I must say it's frustrating because nothing seems to be moving forward. It's been crickets. I have to do it, Joseph. This is really strange. I keep getting people who are too scared to open up to me, potential soulmates ignoring me. Why? I'll post the second question in the chat. Let's see what's up. I could approach this question, Joseph, from a number of different angles. I'm going to sit and think on this for a second and think of the best way to approach things. Tell me about how they see Joseph. I have a theory here. And no, they don't see you as a hunk of doo-doo. I think they see you opposite of that. Hold on a minute, Joseph. I think I know what's going on here. I want to first see how, in general, how you are perceived. How do people perceive Joseph? 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 Yeah, I know, right? How do people perceive Joseph? How do people perceive Joseph? How do people perceive Joseph? I may pull another spread on this, but we're going to start with this, Joseph. Okay, there it is, one card. There it is, one card, Empress card. And I know you're a guy. That's not what this is about. I nailed it, Joseph. I'm going to tell you it right now. And the reason I wanted to pull for that is because the vibe I have caught from you. Okay? I had a theory about that. I'm not wrong. Your energy is you're extremely self-aware. You are very intuitive. You are also pretty fearless. You're just, well, I don't even get that it's the feminine energy. That's not what it is. It's the divine energy. It's not the divine feminine energy. It's just the divine energy. This could be an emperor as much as it could an empress, because I don't read gender. What this is telling me is you're way up here. You're way up here. You're way up here. And that is, there's a lot to what that is saying to me right now, okay? First of all, if people have, let me just say this, you're one of the most, you are authentic, you are self-aware, you are what you see is what you get. You're the most Aquarius Pisces I know. You are highly spiritual and highly intuitive, but you're that odd Pisces that really doesn't wear rose-colored glasses, okay? You're very matter-of-fact, and even though you're a Pisces sun, you're very discerning, and you also have this ability to just see things from a very realistic standpoint. I'm trying very hard here, Joseph, here to say, not for you, I'm trying not to, but okay, you don't get caught in a lot of those Piscean negative traits. That's what I'm trying to say. And you don't even come off Piscean. You come off more Aquarian. You come off very intelligent. You come off very knowledgeable. You also do have that creativity of the Pisces. We talked about that with the music and this and that and the other. So you're a lot, and that's not a bad thing, but it is off-putting to people who are not a lot, okay? It can be intimidating. I'm not saying you're intimidating. I'm saying they're intimidated. There's a big difference. And so when you are a person that has done a lot of work on yourself and you've ascended and you're very self-aware and you see very clearly, okay, and you're very discerning and you're very no bullshit in the most loving way, right? That is unsettling. And because you are as discerning as you are, you can see people, you can see their soul, you can see the good, the bad, and the ugly. And it's not that you don't accept people, you absolutely do. But it is just off-putting when you're dealing with someone that has that capability. You're way up here, okay? You're on this Empress Emperor level, all right? That's the level you're on. And a lot of folks are down here at a page level. And that, I believe that's why you've got crickets. That's what I think. And I think you are absolutely spot on when you say, I keep getting people who are too scared to open up to me. I think out of your mouth, you got that intuitively, and you're not wrong. Hey, Jay, we still have one or two more available. But at any rate, Joseph, I think that's what it is. And what you're experiencing here is, and I imagine this is true for friends too, the potential friendships shrink, the potential romance partners shrink, right? And a lot of people will self-eliminate. A lot of people that are not qualified to talk to an emperor or an empress will self-eliminate, and that's what you're experiencing here. That's what you're experiencing here. The good news is you don't got a lot of time wasters. I know, but it's scary because, to be with a person like yourself, you have to be able to be vulnerable. The real person, right? Because quite honestly, a person that has intuition and that vision, like yourself, okay, you're going to see it anyway. And that terrifies people to be seen, to really be seen. Think about it. You have enough confidence that you walk in that, and people see you because you show yourself to them because you have enough confidence, right? That's what it is. That's what it is. And they don't have such a great impression of themselves, they don't. And they feel like that you would eliminate them anyway. That's what I get. Joseph, it's the same concept that you hear about, when people don't approach really attractive people in high school, right? The pretty girl, the handsome guy, at home on Friday night because everybody's afraid to approach them. Yeah, that's what you're dealing with, except it's an energetic place or spiritual place. That's exactly what this is. I hope that kind of helped you to see what I was talking about. That's what I feel like, my love. And yes, you have another question coming. Of course, of course. Joseph, you said, I don't bite. It's frustrating. I wish they knew I don't bite. That's the problem. It'd probably be easier for them to deal with somebody that was mean. Think on that for a little bit. Next question is regarding work. Still thankful for the new job. I've been in for 6 months. Energy's changed, and in short, I need to be paid for what higher level stuff. Are they putting more responsibility on you? I'm doing. I have market data to support it. There you go. Let's see what you need to know about that, Joseph. I would be shocked if you didn't have market data. The higher ups are stingy and won't give me more money, most likely. God. I'm sorry that happened, Joseph. That was me, Jesse. Sometimes toxic feels safe to people. A lot of times, yeah. Not optimistic. Well, let's see. What if Joseph approaches folks with the facts and figures to support more money? Oh no. Okay, so yeah, you definitely need to take some action. If you're feeling that way, you definitely need to do something. Tell me how they would respond if he makes a case for more money. How would they respond if Joseph makes the case for more money? How would they respond if Joseph makes the case for more money? How would they respond if Joseph makes the case for more money? Okay, so optimism is going to be your best friend, and that's going to be hard right now. So you got to pull yourself out of the funk, all right? You got to work through that. Process through the funk. And it's okay to have the funk. It's understandable. We're not chastising you for having the funk. We're acknowledging that the funk is justifiable, but also being able to pull yourself out means I know my value, and I'm not going to let this affect my feelings about myself and what I bring to the table. And regardless of what they decide to do, I know my value, and I know that I'm going to end up exactly in a place where I'm treated with dignity and respect, right? So find that optimism. We don't have to be optimistic about them. What we do have is optimism about your ability to land in a place one way or the other where you're paid fairly, right? 8 of Cups came out sideways. That's the walking away card. Challenge. Okay, let's see. How will they respond? 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 I guess your optimism is in yourself, not in them, if that makes sense. Your belief is in you, not in them. King of Pentacles in reverse. You're going to have to move on. Six of Swords. You know what I think, Joseph? Reverse. Queen of Swords. You're going to have to stand your ground on this. I think if I had to predict based on that Eight of Cups coming out sideways, I don't think they're going to do you right financially, which is ultimately, it doesn't matter why. That's the bottom line. What I do think they are going to do is to try to talk you into staying, or they may even say something like, you know, you'll never get another job making X, Y, and Z. And just thank them and nod your head and keep it moving, right? So that's what's up here all day long. That's what's up here. I want to now look at how how the market will be for you. I know you didn't ask for this, but I'm going to throw this in. Let's take a look. Let's see what we got, Joseph. Yeah, and for you to say that, you're not, I felt like you were, I don't feel like you were being pessimistic. Coming from you, I felt like you were just saying this is likely, you know, what's going to be. Let's see, Joseph, what the market looks like for you. What does the market look like? What does the market look like for Joseph? Finding something. What does he need to know? What does he need to expect? What does he need to know? What does Joseph need to know about the market? What does Joseph need to know about the market? What does Joseph need to know about the market? Oh, Lord. Queen of Pentacles in the reverse. Two of Pentacles. Ace of Wands in the reverse. You're going to have some disappointments, but the cards are saying don't dwell on that. There is a good job out here. I think you're going to have a couple of zingers that cross your path. It's just like love, Joseph. This is just like, I feel like this is a love reading, except we're talking about career paths or career opportunities. Ah, look at the bottom of the deck with the Star card here and the Emperor. Hell yes. Let's talk about it, Joseph. You will run across a couple of instances where people try to lowball you. It's a big fat no. You are an Emperor. Don't forget it. Okay? Don't forget that you are absolutely what your value is, what you bring to the table. The cards say, don't let that get you down. Five of Cups in reverse. And it came out in the reverse, okay, but let me show you. I want you to see the Five of Cups here in the picture. It's almost always pictured this way in the tarot. Well, this is kind of odd. This is different. But the Five of Cups is almost always pictured with 3 cups that are overturned and 2 that are upright. And in most decks, the person is focused on the 3 cups that are overturned that aren't working instead of the 2 cups that are. This is different in the Poe deck, and I just realized that for the first time. So it's about focusing, not letting the turned over cups keep you from focusing on and realizing that there are good people to work for out there who pay you well. You've got an Ace of Pentacles that came out right after that, okay? Two of Pentacles suggest don't make a quick decision. Weigh out the pros and cons. You know, there's a lot to consider in a compensation package, right? There's benefits, there's perks, you know, and weighing things out. Do your due diligence about what the companies are like to work for in general. And remember, when you are looking, it's just as much you evaluating them as an employer as it is them evaluating you as an employee. So ask the questions. They're going to ask you some hard questions in an interview. You ask them the hard questions. What would your employees say? What would the last 3 employees say about you that left this company? How did this position open up? Ask the hard questions. This is your interview too. Are they a suitable person to work for? I'm considering you just as much as you're considering me. Yeah, it's not a one-way evaluation. It's a two-way evaluation on both sides. Again, you're encouraged with the Star card and the Emperor card. Remain optimistic, and don't forget who you are and what you bring to the table. That's what I got. I'm glad we pulled that. I'm glad we pulled that for you, Joseph, and I hope that helped you. If I had to predict, Joseph, I think you've got 2 zingers, and then the third one's going to be a charm. You got to keep me posted on that. I think you've got 2 zingers, and I think the third one is the charm. You'll have to let me know. It's been a week, lots of reassessing. That's fair. That's fair. Absolutely rooting for you. All right, let me go back over here one more time. And let's see what we got. All right, we'll just leave that there. Yes, definitely. Remember who you are. Absolutely. All right, so next up is Nadine. And thank you as always, Joseph. I appreciate you. I really do. More than you know. All right. Let's go. Nadine. Nadine is a Leo asking about Mike the Libra. Would like to know about Mike. Let's see what we can find out, sweetie. All right, tell me how Mike might be coming toward Nadine, the Leo. How would Mike the Libra be coming toward Nadine, the Libra? Tell me about Mike the Libra toward Nadine, the Leo. Tell me about Mike the Libra toward Nadine. Thank you. Toward Nadine, the Libra. I'm sorry, the Leo. Tell me about Mike the Libra toward Nadine, the Leo. Tell me about Mike the Libra toward Nadine, the Leo. Hey, Alias. Thank you. So the High Priestess here in the reverse. Hold on a minute. Alias, are you Nadine? No, I don't think so. Okay. Tell me about Mike the Libra toward Nadine, the Leo. Mike the Libra toward Nadine, the Leo. Mike the Libra toward Nadine, the Leo. Like this, It looks to me like Mike is not the most stable person. With the King of Pentacles here in the reverse, he may have a lot of baggage with the Six of Cups here in the reverse, and it's possible if you have history with Mike, you guys may have a checkered history, some muddy water under the bridge that's not the best with the Six of Cups here in the reverse. I think Mike is going to possibly pop up and open up communication and possibly and come in and try to make things right, but ultimately go back to some old patterns and old behaviors here. It doesn't look like it's going to end well between you two. I kind of get a Tower. So I don't think, yeah, the World card in reverse. There's past energy all over this thing. King of Swords in reverse. I think the problem is this person is too stubborn to change, is kind of what I'm picking up. I think they're not stable. And I think that you may know this about this person. I get that this person has a reputation or a track record like this, either with other people and you know about it, or with you. And I think this person is going to come in and make a lot of promises and go right back to the same old thing, only worse. And yeah, Two of Swords here. And kind of this stubborn refusal to change. It is possible that there is juggling going on here. I get a kind of a very controlling energy here, all right? And maybe someone who's not the most honest, maybe in their ego a lot. I've got a lot of ego, stubborn energy here. And so I don't know that Mike makes good sense. I kind of get the impression with the Seven of Cups here in the reverse that you're kind of fixated on Mike and kind of ruling out the possibility that anybody else out there might be possibly viable, and you might need to reassess that. I don't know if you have history with this person. The cards are screaming that you do. But what I am getting is that this person definitely has this track record, and they're going to stay true to that pattern. And that if you have any sort of emotional investment with this person, it probably would behoove you to do some deep, intense work on yourself so that you don't experience this with another person, because you will. If what I'm seeing on the cards is accurate, then you absolutely will experience this repeatedly, whether it's with Mike or somebody else, until you get yourself in a better energetic vibration. Because right now you're in an energetic vibration to manifest a literal tower, and you can definitely avoid that. You absolutely can. So unfortunately, you know, that's what I see here regarding the dynamic with Mike and kind of where you're at right now. You're at a very important crossroads, Nadine, and what decision you make going forward, whether it's to pursue someone else or to invest in yourself, to take a time out from love altogether and work on yourself, is going to determine how your next relationship goes, and the next, if that makes sense. And that's what I got. That's what I got. You know, one thing about me, Nadine, and I don't know how long you've watched me, I do remember your name. So, you know, I tell you the truth as I see it in the cards. And sometimes that's tough to hear. But that's what I see, love. That's what I see. All right. Hey, Lisa, what's up, beautiful? How are you doing? Good to see your smiling face. All right. Buzz Lightyear in the house. All right, here we go. All right, Buzz Lightyear, let's do it. Here we go. Well, let's check in on the Virgo and the Cancer and see what's going on. Let's take a look. What's going on with Cancer? Catherine the Cancer toward Buzz the Virgo. What's going on here? What's the status of Catherine the Cancer and how she feels toward Buzz the Virgo and what's going on here? Let's take a look. What's going on here with Catherine toward Buzz? Catherine the Cancer toward Buzz the Virgo. 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 Hey, Red Feather, what's up? Catherine the Cancer toward Buzz the Virgo. Catherine the Cancer toward Buzz the Virgo. The Fool in reverse, she's rethinking things. The Star card here. The King of Wands. Why is the Fool card here in the reverse? Ace of Cups in the reverse. Page of Wands. Justice. Here's what's interesting and what I see with Catherine. I think she is rethinking things, okay? She's got some questions in her mind. I do think she wants to treat you fairly for sure, Buzz, which is crazy because I see her for once picking up and taking some responsibility with the Justice card. I think the Star card and the King of Wands suggest that she hopes there's a future here. She has every hope that there's a future here. She definitely wants to rekindle things, all right? The Death card here in the reverse. Why is the Knight of Swords here in the reverse? Ace of Pentacles. High Priestess. She's got something she's not talking to you about. She might be talking to somebody new here. She's talking to somebody new, whether you know that or not. And I think she thinks she's keeping that secret. I don't know if she is or not. What's she ultimately going to do? She's holding back right now. 4 of Wands, 4 of Pentacles, 5 of Wands, 7 of Swords. Yeah, she's keeping a lot under her hat. She's keeping a lot under her hat. So it's kind of interesting, Buzz. Here's why she's holding back. She's rethinking things. I think she has hope and optimism about you and her, but at the same time, I think she's talking to somebody else. And in her mind, she feels like she's not doing anything wrong. I don't know if you guys left, I don't know where you guys left things, but in her mind, she doesn't think she's doing anything wrong. That's what's crazy. Very strange about this holding back. Yeah. She's really rethinking things with you guys. Ace of Cups in reverse, Fool reversed, all right? At the same time, I think she doesn't want to treat you badly, but she is talking to somebody else, and she doesn't want to tell you. You're still together. Guess what? Guess what? She's backpedaling energetically, and I believe she's talking to somebody else. I really do. I think she's talking to somebody else, because I got 7 of Swords. She's hiding something. Knight of Swords in reverse. Something she's not telling you. The High Priestess, she's got secrets. Ace of Pentacles, that's a new person. World in reverse. So she doesn't want to walk away from you. That's for sure. Page of Swords. Devil reversed. Ace of Swords. Queen of Wands. King of Swords in the reverse. You had some kind of feeling. Yeah. I think in her mind, let me tell you why this Justice card is here. Here's how she's justified this. She's justified this that she's not hurting you because you don't know. And she doesn't want to treat you badly, so she's sparing your feelings. Oh, that's some twisted shit. That's what I got. Well, I thought she was taking responsibility. In her mind, she's taking responsibility, but that looks totally different to someone like her than it does to maybe someone like me. I don't think that's responsible. She thinks it's responsible because she's not hurting you, because what you don't know doesn't hurt you. That's how she's looking at this. That's what I got. She's talking to somebody else. Yeah. Well, I had my hopes up for no reason. I had my hopes up for no reason. Seven of Pentacles in the reverse, Eight of Cups in the reverse. I think she's going to end up wanting to work things out with you. I think she's going to end up wanting to stay with you. Buzz. Buzz. Buzz, can we talk about the fact that I just told you that your long-term girlfriend is cheating on you? This is Auntie Karen loving on you, Buzz, whether you realize that or not, okay? How much of this fuckery are you going to take before you finally get some self-respect and dignity and learn to love yourself more than you love this woman? This ain't the first time we've seen fuckery from this woman. This ain't the first time we've seen third-party energy come out on Catherine. I remember. I love you, Buzz. You know I'm calling you out because I love you. I know you know that. I mean, I know sometimes things get complicated, but you have gone through hell with this woman. Not just with the cheating, but with everything else too. I mean, my God, Buzz, the laziness, the not going to work. You know, how codependent are you going to be? And I will tell you something, Buzz. Let me go back to your original question. What is the status of mine and Catherine's relationship? Why are you letting another person tell you what your life is going to look like? You have totally handed her your car keys. You have given her control of your life. It's up to you to decide what the status of that relationship is. That's not just her decision. That's your decision too. And there she is again, not going to work. Back to the same old bullshit. Where's your rock bottom on this, Buzz? What's your rock bottom? Are you at rock bottom yet, or do you need her to hurt you a little more? Or a lot more? And I know that's some harsh words, and I don't mean it to be, Buzz. I don't mean it. I don't mean to be harsh. And if my harshness is coming off at you, it's not directed at you, it's directed at her. All right? She said she's a new woman. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what she takes you for, but, you know, she's got us all fucked up if she thinks we believe she's a new woman. She could be, but she's not. She's not. She's doing the same old shit. Yeah, since she came back. Well, that hospital, you know, and I'm not going to say anything bad about the hospital. A lot of people come back and go right back to their old ways after they go to hospital or rehab or whatever this thing might have been. But I will tell you straight up, Buzz, you have given, this is, Buzz, can I put this in Karen words? This thing is so far past the expiration date that it has rigor mortis. And you are trying to resuscitate somebody that is decomposing. And it's not her, it's the relationship. It's decomposing. It's so far past the expiration date, love bug. And I'm telling you this because I love you, and I want you to work on yourself, and I want you to get some self-respect, because if anybody in the world deserves to be loved by themselves, it is you. All that love that you have, that you're giving to her, all that love and that grace needs to come toward you. You need to take it and you need to turn it right back around and redirect it to your own heart. It's time, Buzz. It is time. And I say that because I care about you, right? I'm saying that because I absolutely care. All right? And I hope you know that. I hope you know that. And here's what I'm going to say. Catherine is determined to self-destruct. She's determined to self-destruct. And if you stick around, you're going to continue to be collateral damage in her own efforts to self-destruct. And I know you care about her, and that's fine. And I know you love her, and that's okay too. What I'm not okay with is that you don't love Buzz more. Buzz, let me ask you a question. Let's flip this around. I'm going to flip this around right now. You're talking to me, and I'm dating a guy named Fishface. And Fishface has done everything to me that Catherine has done to you. And I say to you, well, I'll just step back a little bit. What would you say to me? Because I know you care about me, Buzz. You love me. I know that. You ain't got to say, I know that, because I know how you are. You've been supportive. You love me. You care about me, and you want me to be happy. If I was dating someone that had done to me what Catherine has done to you, and I now came to you and said, he's cheating again, he's not going to work, and he's got a history of that. I have stuck by this man through thick and thin. What would you tell me? What would you say to me? You tell me what you would say to me. And you would say, you're wasting your time, move on. And you would say that because you care about me, right? Because you don't want to see me waste my time on someone that's a piece of shit. Let's just call it what it is, right? And that's why I'm telling you that, because I care. That's why. And I want you to take that advice, because if that advice is good for me, then that advice is good for you too. There you go. I hope that helped you. I tell you something, my little Virgo friend, that I have observed about Virgos over the years. I like Virgos a lot. The quiet service to others that many times Virgo and their higher vibrations bring to the table is often, it's just quiet and often not even noticed or acknowledged. And Virgos don't do it for that reason. Virgos don't do for others and give of themselves for that reason. It's like you guys don't have that need for validation. But at the same time, if you're not careful, my Virgo friend, you'll put yourself in situations where you give far too much. And here we are. Here we are. Here we are. So I hope that helped you, Buzz. It's time for you to love on Buzz. I'm going to be real with you, Buzz. I'm going to tell you, sometimes we get so enmeshed in those situations that when we're in the middle of it, we can't see clearly. But if you'll step out of it 3 months later, if you start working on yourself, you'll look back and you'll see a lot that you didn't see, and you'll realize, my God, this was just really worse than I thought. But it happens sometimes so gradually that you don't see it. And you're a smart guy, Buzz. I know you're going to probably have heard this analogy before, but you've heard about like the frog that is in the pot of water on the stove, and it slowly comes to a boil, but it's so gradual, and it kills the frog. But it happens so gradual that the frog gets used to it being more and more uncomfortable, and it eventually just, kills the frog. And that's what happens when toxicity builds over time. You don't realize how bad it is until you step away from it. You're like, God damn. And I think that may be where you're at. You tell me if that makes sense to you. All right. I think what we're going to do is, before I read for Laura, I am going to mark things as being sold out. Makes perfect sense. There you go. There you go, my friend. All right. There we go. Okay. All right. You did, Laura. How you doing? You just got back home. Are you off tonight, Laura? Yay, go you. It is Friday if you're off. All right, here we go. All right, Laura. Let me timestamp for you, Laura Boo. Absolutely. It does happen to folks. You had to get food. Okay. Give me some advice for Laura G. What does Laura G need to know the most? What does Laura G need to know the most? What does Laura need to know most? Good. I'm glad you're off. I hope you'll chillax some. What does Laura need to know the most? What does Laura need to know most? What does Laura need to know the most? What does Laura need to know 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 most? What's that about? Okay, so here's what I get. I think this is about your some advice to you for people who cross your path, who message you, and stuff like that, right? Um, don't take people seriously until they give you a reason. Um, I, I kind of feel like this. You're getting this advice of transmuting some energy. And what I feel like is, I actually think you're doing a good job of this, okay? Um, when these low vibrational, hollowed out dollar store brand Ken dolls hit your messages, right? It is, and I know this, it is so easy to become jaded about the dating pool, right? It's very, very easy to become jaded. And here's what I feel like is going to help you. Transmute, first of all, don't bring your heart anywhere near your DMs, right? Or hope. Bring your sense of humor. Bring your sense of humor and bring your file folders to data collect. And don't take it too serious. I mean, yeah, you want to listen, and you want to read, and you want to listen, and you want to watch, read profiles and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, keep your sense of humor. Bring that to the table always. And I absolutely did say dollar store Ken dolls. But don't take it too seriously. And instead of letting it get to you, learn to find the humor. Transmute it into something that is interesting. Because we Geminis can be interested in anything. We're interested in what makes Jeffrey Dahmer's head work, but that doesn't mean we want to date him, right? So look at this as just, look at the dating pool as the information gathering, and you're just watching human behavior, and you got your popcorn because you're a Gemini. You can do this, and also learn to laugh about it and not take it too seriously. And I also get this, Laura. Find a way to, I know from Team U, right? I also am getting advice that I need to take. Laura, I hate it when my cards hold up a mirror to my own damn face, and that's what's happening here. Okay, but here we are. So I'll just completely own this. You and I need to both take this advice. Okay, we need to realize that the dating sites are probably the bottom of they're probably the shallow end of the dating pool. And as Uncle L would say, there's more pee down there, but if you get to the deep end, it's not as much pee. And where I'm going with this is this. If we will get out and get active in some way, in some sort of volunteering or club or whatever, we're more likely to run across people who are not desperate, not the rejects, not like scraping the bottom of the barrel, okay? And I hate to put it that way, okay? But that's just what it is. Oftentimes, the people that you see there are people that are newly divorced and back on the dating scene. Oh boy, just what I want, right? Or, separated Justin, who, by the way, his account has gotten deleted because probably wifey found that. But my point is you get people, and you get the scammers, I'm sure you've run across the scammers. You get, the pickings are even worse there than they are, because what you're more likely to run across somebody who's not desperate, who's not even on a dating site, when you're just out and about and getting out of the house and just doing life and whatever that is. So that's what I'm getting. I've got two advices for you. One, find the humor in the dating sites. And two, just make a life. Worst thing that can happen, you make friends with people. You find some friends. You're a Gemini. You make friends. That ain't a problem, okay? And you might find some valuable friendships, and you never know. You might just find, you know, the authentic Ken doll, the collector Ken, the collector item Ken, right? The high dollar one. Oh, I've come across several. I've come across several scammers. In fact, I ran across one guy that was telling me that he got scammed. And when I took his picture and ran it through image search, it was an actor. It was an actor. It wasn't him. It was somebody totally different. I'm like, you're a scammer complaining about getting scammed. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, I ran across one like that. I ran across one that was, you know, very, very good looking and said all the right things. And you could tell AI was, you know, shaping his message. He was good. And I ran his pictures through image recognition, and it was a guy that was flaming gay. Nothing wrong with being gay, but he didn't have any interest in what my equipment is. I can tell you that. Oh, but he was also in a relationship. He was gay and in a happy relationship and an actor. Yeah, so I've run across a couple scammers. If they're very, very good looking, if they're in the military, if they are a widow, those are some of your red flags. I hate to say it, but that's what, and there's nothing wrong with being in the military or any of those things that I just said, but those are things that are go-tos for scammers. So immediately when you see that in a profile, start running stuff through an image search. But I tell you what I do with the scammers. You know, when they start asking me for money, I say, God, I was just about to ask you for some money. I was about to send you my Cash App so you could send me some money. Anyway, that's what I got for you, Laura. Yeah, that too. See, working in another country. I have watched too many episodes where Dr. Phil busts these scammers. So, yeah. But I think you're more likely to run across the high dollar collector item Ken doll just out doing life. My problem is I'm not motivated enough to get out there and do it because I don't care. I'm fine without any Ken doll at my house. I'm fine with the men that I have in my house. I have 3 men that live with me, Baxter, Sage, and Spirit. Now, it is true that none of them have nuts. We have a no nuts rule at my house. But I've got plenty of male companionship and connection at my house. 2 Virgos and a Gemini with a Pisces, man. I'm all good. I hope that helped you, Laura. All right, let's go to Pauline. Pauline is up next. Thank you, too. All right, so Pauline is a Leo. And Pauline met a younger man, a sailor in the U.S. Navy from Oklahoma last week. We walked around the city. He was nervous, but he kissed me at the end of the night. What do I need to know about him and his thoughts about that night, and what is the love advice? Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Let's see about this Navy guy. Let's see about this sailor. It's because of the numerology right now. We're in a two year, and they're all feminine. They want to be chased. That's why, Laura. That's why they don't approach women right now. All right. What do we need to know about this sailor and his thoughts on this night with Pauline? What do we need to know about this sailor from the Navy, from Oklahoma? What do we need to know about this sailor towards Pauline the Leo? What do we need to know about this sailor and his thoughts about that night? What do we need to know? we need to know about how the sailor views that night. Oh, he was very sweet on our dinner date. Okay. Let's see how the sailor feels about that night. Let's see how the little sailor feels about that night with Pauline the Leo. Let's see here. King of Pentacles in the reverse. 5 of Swords. Page of Pentacles. Why? He feels inferior to you. He feels... He thinks you might cut him out because you're more established than he is. He is very... He's very impressed with you, but he feels inferior. He feels inferior, flat out. How did he, if he had an opportunity with her, would he take it up on that? Let's see more about it. Give me more about this guy. Give me more about this guy. What's he looking for? What would he hope for with Pauline? Okay, the World reversed. He still thinks about it. That's a card sometimes of unfinished business, but in this case, it's not over in his mind, right? What if he could have what he wanted with Pauline, what would it be? If he could have what he wanted with Pauline, what would it be? Knight of Swords in the reverse, Chariot in the reverse, Queen of Swords in the upright, Hermit in the reverse, Death in the reverse, 6 of Cups in the reverse. This guy has a lot of insecurities, all right? Do I think he wants something with you? I do. I think he's afraid to reach out to you and pursue anything. And I think it has to do with insecurities. Flat out. I think he's afraid to open up and be vulnerable to people. Yeah, Knight of Pentacles in the reverse, Hierophant in the reverse, Emperor in the upright, 7 of Cups in the reverse, Ace of Wands in the reverse. He feels like that ultimately you'll lose interest in him. So it's kind of like he's already decided that he's going to lose you. He's already he's already resigned himself that you're not going to be interested in him or you will lose interest in him. And so it's almost like this resolution within himself, why try? He's got some insecurities for sure. Yeah, and 10 of Pentacles in the reverse. I keep getting a lot, and I'm going to tell you, a lot of repeating cards here. He feels like a victim, in that he's had a lot of things happen to him that were probably truly not his fault, but he doesn't know what to do about them. And the insecurities are probably resultant from some of the things that have happened to him. But what he doesn't see is he can fix this, he can heal this, but maybe he just doesn't know how. I'm not sure. But I just don't get a lot of stability from him. I just don't feel like there's a lot of stability here. Let me see if you move toward him, how that would go. All right? I mean, I keep getting the same cards from him. I'm going to be real with you. Because I'm really trying for this guy, Pauline, and I mean, I just keep coming up with an unstable person, period. Let's see here. What if Pauline moves towards him? He's got a big fear of failure. What if Pauline comes towards him? What if Pauline goes toward him? What just flipped around? Hold on a minute. 3 of Cups in the reverse. What if Pauline comes toward him? What if Pauline goes toward him? What if Pauline goes toward him? What if Pauline goes towards this young sailor? What if Pauline comes towards him? Seven of Pentacles in the reverse, Knight of Swords in the reverse. He would waste, it would be a waste of time with the Seven of Pentacles here in the reverse and the Knight of Swords in the reverse. Yeah, been able to date in 3 years. Yeah, he's terrified. Eight of Swords here. That's what I got. I don't think he's a bad guy. I just think he has a lot of issues that if you pursued something with him, it would not probably go in a good way like you might be hoping. I don't think he's a bad guy, but I think he's got a lot of baggage. And in fact, let me just say this. He held my hand and didn't let go. Yeah, I imagine so. Here's what I get, Pauline, and I'm just going to shoot straight with you. He's got more baggage than the Atlanta baggage claim at the Atlanta Hartsfield International Airport, okay? He's not a bad guy. He wants something long-term, but he's not got the capacity to do it. He's not a bad guy. He has the capacity to love. He doesn't have the capacity to relationship because of all this baggage. He has got a tremendous amount of baggage. And ultimately, without meaning to, he would bleed on the person that didn't cut him. That's what happens many times. That's what I'm picking up. And the cards, I mean, for me to pull 3 different times and just get card after card after card about, you know, the instability here. I'm not sure. I'm going to ask the question if he was honest with you about having a date in the last 3 years, because I've got questions about the honesty there. Was he upfront with Pauline about not having gone on a date in 3 years? Was he upfront about that? Hey, Gilded Lily. I am not taking any more questions for tonight, Gilded Lily, but let's take a look. Was he honest with her? Yeah, lots of reversals. Was he honest with her about was he honest with her about not having a date in the last 3 years? 9 of Wands. He's definitely in some very self-destructive patterns for the 9 of Wands to come out. Was he honest with her? Was he honest with her? Was he honest with her? I don't get that he was dishonest. I don't know that he was dishonest, all right? I don't think he was. Nah, he was shooting straight. He was shooting straight. He was shooting straight with you. So he was not, in my opinion, what I see in the cards, I think he was telling the truth on that. So, and that would explain the nervousness for sure. I say that. Actually, that's not true. I'm trying to cut this man some slack whenever I'm just being... Look, let me tell you, I've probably been on 2 or 3 dates in the last 5 years. I never get nervous. And you know why I don't get nervous? Because I have self-confidence and I'm not an insecure person. Now, there was a time that I was, okay, back whenever I had a lot of baggage that was unpacked, you know, still needing to be packed, or unpacked rather, okay? So in comparison, a secure person, even though they haven't dated, is not going to be nervous. He's got some serious insecurities, and that's why he's so unstable. I can pull some advice for you. But hey, Starlight, give me the overall advice. 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 Overall advice. Overall advice for this situation for Pauline. Overall advice. Six of Swords, move on. Keep it moving. Keep it moving. There's your advice right there. Keep it moving. Keep it moving. Thank you. Next. Know your value. Empress card. Know your value. Keep it moving. And let that one go. It's not a bad guy. You didn't read him wrong. He's not a bad guy. I don't think he is. I just think he's been hurt a lot, and I think he's got a lot of unhealed wounds. And at the end of the day, the best of people can inadvertently hurt us without meaning to, whenever they don't have the capacity to relationship. And I think that's what this is going on with this little fella. That's what I got. You're welcome. You are absolutely welcome. All right, Brenda is next. I need to text Robert real quick. Let's see here. Give me 1 second, because I told him I would holla. I will be ready to read for you in like 10 to 12 minutes. All right, here we go. All right, there we go. Okay. You are welcome, Pauline. You are welcome. All right, so we are now on Brenda. Oh, I said 10 to 12 minutes. Let's see. Okay, I was thinking maybe 3 to 4 minutes. All right, here we go. All right. Let's timestamp for Brenda. Here we go, love. Here we go, Brenda. All right, Brenda. Brenda is a Libra. What does Brenda most need to know right now? What does Brenda most need to know right now? Give me advice for Brenda, the Libra. Give me advice for Brenda, the Libra. Give me advice for Brenda, the Libra. Brenda, the Libra. What do we need to know for Brenda, the Libra? What do we need to know for Brenda, the Libra? Brenda, the Libra. What do we need to know for Brenda, the Libra? What does Brenda the Libra need to know? Brenda the Libra. Brenda the Libra. Brenda the Libra. Give me Brenda the Libra. What does Brenda the Libra need to know? What does Brenda the Libra need to know? Queen of Cups. Knight of Pentacles in the reverse. Five of Cups in the reverse. Brenda the Libra. Here's what I'm getting. Your heart has so much value and the emotion that you give to others has so much value. Make sure that you are directing that love in a healthy toward a healthy person that is actually going to be able to appreciate that, reciprocate, and not waste your time. Becoming emotionally invested is a decision. And before you become emotionally invested, scrutinize the situation from a logic standpoint, okay? And look at how this person is vibing in general and vibing toward you. And don't get caught up in the disappointment whenever you see that this person is not worthy of your beautiful heart. Keep it moving. There are plenty of people out there who are worthy. I don't know if this is a person with whom you have history. I'm picking up that you are giving your love to someone who is a time waster with the Knight of Pentacles here in the reverse, and you are coming in as the Queen of Cups. They're coming in as a time waster. And I don't know if they're a time waster or if you're wasting your time hoping for them to do something differently than what they're doing. It could be either way. But let's not get cut out. This is a cup that has spilled over. 5 of Cups here in the reverse. This is a cup that has spilled over. But there are other cups out here that are beautiful and worthy of your time. But that Knight of Pentacles is one of those spilled cups in the background. And it's time to focus on the cups that are there. The ones that won't waste your time. They're out there. Knight of Pentacles in the upright. Those types are out there. But right now, you're kind of focused on a Knight of Pentacles in the reverse. I don't know if you're hurting from that. And if so, that's okay. And if you're in love with somebody, that's okay too. You love who you love, but if you don't love them yet, then let's not start. If you do love them, then let's acknowledge that and keep it rolling. And also at the same time, love yourself more than whoever this time waster is, okay? And be willing to acknowledge that while you love a person, that's okay, but you've got to love yourself enough and have enough self-respect for your own heart and to honor yourself and not abandon yourself, okay? So that's the advice that came out here for you, Brenda, my beautiful Libra friend. And I hope that helped you. I hope that helped you. All right. That's what I got. That's what I got. I don't know. Robert may have fallen asleep. I know Robert knows that if we don't read for him tonight, we'll read for him again. But I'll give a couple more minutes and we'll just chit-chat if y'all are up for some chit-chatting. We can definitely chat for a minute. For sure. Gilded Lily, if you're still here and you want a reading and you want to book one, I've got them sold out, but I'll go add one if you want one. He does, doesn't he, Jesse? I know. Robert's, he's cool. He's so cool. His questions are always fun. He's a Gemini and he's like, he's always going 90-0. Robert is a fascinating individual, for sure. I enjoy interacting with Robert. He's fun. Yes, very much so. Very much so. Absolutely. Yes, always interesting for sure. Jesse, as always, I always appreciate you. You always have such good insight. That's one reason I made you a mod. I think I may have told you that because you always have good insight. But yeah. Wish I had something worth asking. Otherwise, I'd get a reading. I heard that. Well, sometimes it just is what it is, right? I'm just sitting here wrapping up. I'm just sitting here wrapping up. Let's see. All right, I think I have to do Face ID on this. Oh, let me go over here. There we go. Pretty content with the last one. Can't even sit on the porch without mosquitoes. Girl, you ain't even lying, Ultra Vulva. You ain't even lying. I'm telling you. I like sitting out on the porch for sure. But I know, what was it? A couple days ago, I went out and I was going to sit by my pool, and it was, the sun was setting. I mean, it was late in the day. The sun was setting. And I mean, I sat out there for maybe 20 minutes and they ate me up. And I was like, damn, I need my citronella candle out here. So, yeah, there's that. You got lightning bulbs. Oh, I love lightning bulbs. They're so cute. They're adorbs. They're absolutely adorable. I think there's something magical about lightning bulbs. Not lightning bugs. I'm trying to say it right. Right. You're sitting outside too on the porch. I hope that's so funny because I did this whole porch deal today with the timestamps and all of that, right? I mean, not with the timestamps, with the thumbnails, right? Which I like those. Y'all have to let me know if you like them. Plant marigolds and lemongrass. Okay. I love marigolds. I love marigolds. I have killed a lot of them, Red Feather. Unfortunately. But I do love them. I absolutely do. Mint keeps, yeah. I have, oh, I didn't know that it would get out of control. I have heard that planting mint helps with a lot of pests for sure. I've heard that. I tell you what I need to put some out of is some mothballs. If it can't tell me if it needs food or water, it's going to die around me probably. There you go. There you go. You think they just get high off the citronella? It may. I mean, what it is, they may get stoned and just fly away or something and become, because I do know the citronella helps, but maybe it's because they get high. I don't know. I had never heard that before. But I would say that's plausible. I took a mint cutting and literally just shoved it in the clay and it took. Wow. So mint is very hardy, huh? Okay. I like the smell of mint. I like the smell of mint for sure. Everybody's on the front porch but me, and I'm the one that claimed I was going to be on the front porch. That's funny. These June bugs. Well, it's that time of year. Don't y'all think I need to spend some time around my pool tomorrow? I'm going to do some uploads probably. I'll do some signs. It's time to start Aries tomorrow. Aries and Taurus tomorrow for sure. I might do Gemini. I don't know. But my goal is to definitely get Aries and Taurus up tomorrow. And if I don't get Gemini up tomorrow, I'll get it up probably Monday. My area is actually famous for its clay. Really? Okay. You hate June bugs? I don't like a lot of bugs, but I don't mind lightning bugs. I like lightning bugs. They're just fun to watch. They're fun. They're magical. I like butterflies. I like dragonflies. I like them. But beyond that, it's a no. It's a no. They get in your hair. Yes, they do. They're gross. It's like, get out of my hair, dude. What are you doing? Eh. And it's like you can't get them out. Then you got to go in there and, shampoo and defunctify and all that. It's like, give me a break. It's a strong word, but June bugs just creep me out. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, they are gross. Here we just get big mosquitoes. Like the running joke in the state of Alabama where I live is that the state bird is a mosquito. Wait, they can get big here. They can get big. They're ugly. Well, I have some leftover chicken enchiladas in there that are calling my name. And I may go in there and warm some of those up. I ate all my red beans and rice. I ate all of that. Oh wait, I got leftover sandwich too. Ooh, I might do that. I can't remember if I have that. I think I do. That's what I want. I do mind red feather, and I'm not amused. I will tell you that. I do mind. That my Facebook is, I say that. Did you start, well, let me back up. Did you start my Enchanted Cottage or my personal Facebook? Because if you went on my Enchanted Cottage, that's fine. And you sent me an email on there. Is this you? Yeah, this is you. Okay, never mind. You're fine. Let me get off my high horse. Okay, Red Feather, let me get off my high horse. I am so sorry. You know, I never checked that. I forget that Facebook exists because I never post on there too much. So, do you mind if I answer you? Because you actually ask a good question about tarot decks. I'm sure that you have many kinds of. I read some of it. And no, I'm not yelling at you. I'm sorry I was grumpy. Thank you. Thank you for that. So, let's see. I'm sure you have used many different kinds of tarot decks published by many different authors and illustrators. In your opinion, what makes the deck flow better and easier to read? Does it matter the theme of the 22 majors differ from the 4 suits? For example, if the majors are more of a fantasy type, and no, that doesn't matter. And I think these are great questions. And no, it doesn't matter. You're currently looking at creating a deck. That's so exciting. The meaning and interpretations will be based on traditional Rider-Waite, but I also want it to be an open interpretation deck. I love that. Basing the deck on the experiences I've had in my life. I love that too. Not that my life is important. Yes, it is. That's a negative. Your life is important. But that's kind of the point. Each card will represent or reflect something that I've experienced or someone that meant something to me. There's a bigger backstory. I hope you understand what I'm asking. I've been following for years. Oh, how sweet is that? Okay, you're going to make me cry. You're getting in my heartstrings. Thank you for the sweet things. I'm glad you asked that stuff and that you value my opinion. That means a lot. You know, I know you probably know this. Different decks really do read differently for different people. And I have some of my favorites that are my go-tos. And they don't always, as long as it's signed, Red Feather. And that is amazing. Thank you for that. That means a lot. And I won't use it. And it's not that I don't appreciate it, but it'll go right back here in my, I have some collector decks. I'm kind of like a weirdo. I have a thing from Sarah Marchetti, and if you are big into tarot decks, you'll know I love Sarah Marchetti because he is so deep, and he's got some beautiful decks, and I've got a couple of his like collector decks, and they're signed, and oh my gosh, you know, but I don't know that I have any rhyme or reason as to why certain decks work for me and others don't. I like Barbara Moore decks a lot. I love most of them, but some of them don't vibe with me. You saw me using the Poe deck tonight, Edgar Allan Poe. It's crazy because this deck I have a good relationship with this deck, probably because my moon is in the 8th house, right? I love Gilded Tarot. That's a Marchetti Barbara Moore partnership. Where is my Gilded Royale? Hold on, I gotta get up to look. I think it got put up on one of the upper shelves. Yep. I don't know if you're familiar. This is a deck that I love a lot. Sarah Marchetti's Gilded Tarot Royale, and it's a Sarah Marchetti Barbara Moore joint project that they did. I have probably bought this deck 50 times, the same deck, because I am weird. Whenever they wear out, I replace them. But the deck itself is this is the deck that I learned to read on right here. This is the deck that I learned to read on. This is Old Faithful right here. And I'll usually buy 2 or 3 decks at the time when I order them. And I love the artistry. It's so deep. I love Sarah Marchetti's artistry and the way he interprets things. I think it's fascinating that you're going to base this on real life experiences. I can't think of something that would be more meaningful than that. I think that is a great idea. And I like this deck. I don't always like the artistry here, but it just is a deck that is accurate for me. This is the Everyday Witch. This is one that I like. It's just accurate. I'll tell you one that I can fucking read with is this right here. Tarot of the Owls. And I like the artistry, okay, but I can just fucking nail it with this. I don't know what it is. Now, oddly, here's what's crazy. I have this Marchetti deck right here. I don't even remember the name of it. I think it's just called Marchetti Tarot. I don't vibe with this deck. It's a beautiful deck, but I can't read with it. I just don't find it to be. It's not that the deck is not accurate. I don't have a relationship with this deck. I can't explain it. But I still love Sarah Marchetti. I read pretty well with this one. Steampunk is another one that I like a lot. Steampunk. I forget, isn't that a Barbara Moore deck, Steampunk? I tell you another one that I like a lot. I don't have it right now because Baxter chewed it up. The manga deck, and that's a Barbara Moore deck. I like that deck a lot. I like Classic is another one that I like. The artistry is really elementary, but I can hit with this deck. Here's another one that I like. Now this deck, Tarot of the Traditions. And I'm going to tell you, this deck, I can read with this deck. This deck is blunt. It is brutal. If you know what I mean. I can hit with this deck. But it's like, buckle up. You're gonna get the truth, and you're gonna get a Pluto version of the truth, right? It's an accurate deck, but there's a story behind every card. I love that. I want to look at those pictures. I don't know if this is really answering your question or not, but I think what you're doing is very, I think it's a great direction with the deck because you're basing this on your own life experiences. And what's interesting to me is how each suit has a different theme. The major arcana, more fantasy, illustration symbols. And that, I think, tracks because the major arcana, that's planetary energies. Those are more lasting. And, you know, cups, medieval, somewhat fantasy, pentacles, circus theme, wands, 1800 settlers theme, suit of swords, modern technology. That tracks because that, you know, that's air energy all day long. You know, I think the cool thing about you using different themes is cool because here's what I feel. Oh my God, look at the strength card. I'm looking at this. Okay, so you did a little video. Let's see here. I'm playing this right now. Oh my God, this is, look at the lion with the butterfly. Oh my God. Oh my God, look at the fool. Oh, look at the pity. Oh my God, look at the magician. This is, oh, look at the empress. Look at the emperor. Oh my God, you got the ram on his chest. Oh, look at the Hierophant. The lovers. The chariot. Oh my God, this is gorgeous. Holy shit fire. This is beautiful. Like, oh my God. Oh, look at that. Oh, wow. It's forced me to ascend. Oh my God, this is beautiful. Look at the devil. Oh, and you've got the lovers in the chains. Hell yes. Hell yes. I love that. This is beautiful. You are so freaking talented. I love that. You're quite the artist. You're quite the artist. I am having a fit right now. Um, what I like about how you're using different themes is actually a really interesting approach, because it integrates various facets of who you are. And integration and self actualization is a part of acknowledging various parts of ourselves, right? Um, and those look different, those have different themes, right? And look, I have a running joke right now within myself, and you'll like this, talking about the different facets of ourselves. You know, I talk about my Capricorn moon being Saturnian and very rigid, and the rule setter, and the boundaries, and the we won't entertain bullshit. And then I have the Gemini who's just like finding the humor. And then I have the Host Spirit that has no boundaries whatsoever. You walk up to me smelling good, my Host Spirit's gonna get clicked off, right? But fortunately within me there is that Capricorn moon that says we won't entertain this bullshit, right? And so there's the various aspects within you. And I think the fact that you're entertaining those different aspects of who you've been and who you are and who you still are is actually a very nice thought and a nice approach. And I kind of like it. I like that. And so it kind of speaks to self-actualization, if you will, and all of the parts of you that make up who you are. So I like that. And your artistry is beautiful. One of the big things for me, just so you know this, one of the big things for me that I struggle with as a reader, I have small hands, and so there are. Oh, I got you. Okay. And because of that, I'm limited in that there are certain decks that I love and that are beautiful, but I can't shuffle them because, as you know, I like to bridge shuffle. And I do shuffle like this a lot. Let me put this down so I do shuffle like this a lot, you know, but I bridge shuffle, as you know. I call it bridge shuffling. I don't know what it is, but I do this. I like to do this a lot. That's just me. That's how I like to shuffle, right? And that's hard to do sometimes with bigger cards. I'm going to go to your channel and I'll drop your link. I would get you to do it, but you can't because you are because you have to be a mod to drop a link. But I'm going to drop your link for you. And that way folks can go to your channel and oh wow, there's her link if y'all want to check out her stuff on her channel. But I'm fascinated and very your artistry is unbelievable. I freaking love it. Oh, of course. And honestly, it means so much to me that you reached out to me. And shotgun shuffling. Okay, well, that makes sense too. I've done it all my life. I mean, I grew up with a family that we played all kinds of card games, right? And, you know, so I just grew up shuffling in that kind of a way. In fact, I do that. If y'all will notice, because my hands are small, when I shuffle like this, and I do like to do it, but I have to be careful. And that's how you know a jumper's really a jumper, because I'm so careful to not drop the cards, right? But when I do shuffle, yeah, the Host Spirit, yeah. The Host Spirit gets around a man that looks good and smells good, and she starts speaking in tongues. Shonda. Right? But yeah. But fortunately, the Capricorn moon says, bitch, get in here. Close your legs and get in the house. So she has power of attorney over the Host Spirit. Get in the house. Close your legs. Host Spirits. She tells Host Spirit, do you not have the ability to say no, Host Spirit? And Host Spirit says, no, I do not have that word in my vocabulary. What is this no that you speak of? But it's the whole team that keeps me straight, right? Gemini just sits back and laughs and goes, yeah, whatever. I mean, a woman's got needs, right? I ain't gonna lie. Guy walked past me smelling good, looking like a whole ass dish. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm gonna get a heartbeat in my hoo-ha. I'm a human, I'm a woman. Why am I shuffling cards? I don't know. But Red Feather, that I'm honored that you reached out and asked me that. Jesse said, if you smell good, you're at least 20% more attractive. I agree. Man, I can get intoxicated off of that shit. Woo! Oh, I'm telling y'all. There ain't nothing like a good-looking, good-smelling man. Woo! Good. I would love to hear that. I love, Red Feather. I am going to do something really unheard of. And I tell you what, quid pro quo. In exchange for my feedback, I'm going to ask for your feedback on something. I have a tarot course. And it's ridiculously lengthy. It's 12 parts. It's tarot and astrology. And it normally sells for $100. I'm going to give you access to that for free. And I'm going to give you access to that. And you obviously have an understanding of tarot and astrology. That's not why I'm giving you access. Why I'm giving you access is I would just love to hear your thoughts on the whole course, and it's going to take you a minute to go through it, okay? Because it got kind of deep. I wanted it to be a really thorough coverage of the tarot, and I think you can't really cover the major arcana, especially, without talking about the planetary energies around the cards, And so I did that, and I would love to hear your take on that. And I'm making myself a note right now. Red Feather Tarot course. It's on my Patreon, and I just want to give that to you. And in exchange, I would just love your feedback. And it may take you a month or two to go through it. It's fine. I don't expect you to go through that fast. That's a lot of info. But how about if we make a deal? Can we make a deal? I have heard that, Jesse, that your olfactories trigger memories for the longest. Okay. I'd love to hear what your take is. We all interpret cards differently for sure. We do. And that's just my take, on the cards, I love tarot, you know that. I'm fascinated with tarot. But, it's just my interpretations. Those cards, I'm constantly learning more and more about the cards, They're deep. They're deep, especially those majors. And, there's a lot of latitude in interpreting, cards. Only if we spit on it. Oh, you got yourself a deal. There you go, your virtual handshake, right? But I will do that. In fact, I may have those links. I've got an easy way around that. I've got an easy workaround. I can just give you a $99.99 coupon and that'll give it to you. That's what I'll do. And that way it'll give it to you for free. I think that might be the easiest way to do it. I'll look and I'll see and I'll email, because I've got your email still open, and I'll reply back to your email Let me see. Let me just see if I can do it quicker. I think that is, let me move that. Let's see here. Let's see if I can figure this out. Okay, that's membership. All right, I don't need to do that. I need to go to discounts, and I need to go to add shop discount, create a promo code. Let me see if I can get this to work. Select shop products. There we go. There it is right there. I can do this easy. All right, here we go. All right, let me go over here and send you. All right, let me write this down. You are welcome. All right, and then I need to get the post. You're right. You're right. All right, let's find. All right, 0. All right, wait a minute. Let's go here. All right. That's what I want. That's what I want right there. All right, and I need to. How do I share this post? Maybe I go here. Damn it. Why can't I get this? I thought I had this figured out. Okay, well, I think I can go. I'm trying to figure this out. Here we go. Copy post link. Okay. Reply. And if you use this promo code, it should be free. All right, let me put in this promo code. All right, I just sent it to you. So that was the easiest way to do it. Mercury Gatorade. I know, right? I always call it murky Gatorade, right? But yeah, so let me know if you get that. If you have any trouble with that promo code, let me know. It should work. But yeah. Not because I think you need my expertise. I just love your feedback. So the post should take you to where you could, like do an add to cart, and then you can use that promo code and it should bring it down to 0. So let me know if you have any trouble. This murky Gatorade has been something else on the electronics. I will admit that. It's crazy. You know why I think some of that is? I don't know. I've not really delved into the astrology, but I know a lot of the astrologers have been saying that it would be intense long before it came. I think Uranus being in Gemini has a lot to do with it, because Gemini is Mercury ruled. Gemini rules communication, and that's why we often talk about Mercury retrograde affecting, electronics and communication, right? And I think the fact that Uranus is there gives that erratic and energy on top of the Mercury stuff going on. Yeah, it's been 3 hours. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's bad with your car. Yeah. But this has been a crazy one. I've had some wacky shit happen in my, like on my, in my creator side, the back side of Patreon, like some whacked out stuff over there. And it's like, what? Yeah, I'm ready for it to be over too, Laura. I want Mars to leave Gemini too. Mars has been conjunct Uranus in Gemini, and it's been right on my sun. And it's like I've just been mad and didn't know why, and just very volatile. So I have stayed in hermit mode a lot because it's like, bitch, you better shut your mouth. So retrograde announces itself to Kristen by bringing about the technical issues. Hello, I am back in retrograde again. Doink. Right? That's funny. Hello, Amar, how are you? Oh, Jessie, you're so sweet. Thank you for that. I love it too. Mars has made me very blunt. Me too. Me too. Me too, Laura, me too. There's something that I really want to do, and I need to wait until Mars leaves Gemini. And I don't want to, because I'm mad as hell about something, and it has to do with my daughter. Not at her, but yeah. You know how it is when somebody messes with your kids. It's like, oh, mama bear. Oh, mama bear. Oh. Yeah, so yeah. I'm glad you're doing good, Omar. Welcome, welcome. Yes. Leo's Emerald year. I have Leo and Jupiter. Oh, you're in a Jupiter return. That's exciting, Red Feather. Very hostile. Well, here's the thing. I think you make an excellent point, Kristen. I think you make an excellent point. I don't care what your placements are, man. When Mars and Uranus are conjunct, that's very volatile, right? That's very volatile. Oh, it would definitely affect you because you're a Sag sun and rising. Hell yeah, it would. Because it's opposite your sun. Yeah, it's a power struggle between Mars and Gemini and your rising and your sun sign. So yeah, yes, that's why you're feeling it. Yeah, if anything ever happens in Gemini, you're going to be affected because it's opposing your sun and rising with Sagittarius, because you're the sister sign of Gemini. Yeah, lots of Capricorn moons. That's true. I mean, Joseph is a Capricorn moon. I don't know if he's still here, but I'm a Capricorn moon. Jesse, now you, Kristen. I mean, I have a lot of Capricorn moons that follow me, and Capricorn moon is such a tough placement. It's such a tough placement. But I'm not sorry I have it. It keeps me sane, believe it or not. Mars in Cancer, Venus Capricorn, Mercury Scorpio. Okay. Oh God, Mercury Scorpio. Woo! You see beneath the surface. If you have a Mercury Scorpio, you see everything. You see what everybody else tries to hide. You can't hide shit from a Mercury in Scorpio. No, you can't. No, your bullshitometer is always on point. You will never pull the wool over Mercury in Scorpio. Oh, no, you won't. They see the things you don't see about yourself. Because Pluto rules the underworld. And that's what we're talking about here. And you like talking about deep stuff too. You're inquisitive about the deep stuff. That would be Mercury in Scorpio. And you're a Sag, let's see, so you're a Sag rising. So your Mercury is in the 12th house. God damn. Oh my God. Kristen, you're a 12th houser. Good Lord. You have a very, you probably hear from dead people. You get downloads a lot because especially with Mercury and Scorpio in your 12th house, holy freaking crap. Yeah. Mercury Gemini, smart as hell. Mercury Gemini, your mind never stops. 1,000 different directions, 28 tabs open, don't know where the music is coming from, and yet you've got it all together. Mercury and Gemini. Very intelligent though, Jesse, very intelligent. I smell them when they die. Yeah, I believe that. I believe that. Mercury in the 12th house, you would sometimes feel misunderstood when you may feel like you may have trouble understanding others when they talk to you. When you talk to other people, you may be misinterpreted. My grandmother died. She lived in New Mexico, lived in Arizona when she died. Yes, you are a medium. With Mercury in the 12th, you are a medium. Mercury in Scorpio makes you psychic. Mercury in the 12th makes you a medium. You got it all, sis. You got all the gifts right there packaged up neatly in your 12th house. Very misinterpreted, yes. Not really always thinking, well, good. I would say, Jesse, that with Mercury and Gemini, though, you're a rabbit trailer. In other words, I'm like this, okay? Mercury's my chart ruler, and I'm a Gemini Sun and Rising. You would share this in common with me. You probably are curious a lot, and you research. You like Google is your best friend. You probably are like, I wonder about that, and then you just, yeah. You have a curiosity about life and learning with Mercury in Gemini. That's my take on that, Jesse. You let me know if that makes sense to you. You probably have a lot of ideas that are ingenious. Yes, Kristen. Yes. Trying to help you. People misinterpret as me trying to hurt them. Yes. Absolutely. I don't know if you have anything else in your 12th house or not. Many times, 12th housers are mirrors, and people project onto 12th housers what they hate in themselves, and then they'll hate us. And it's like, yeah, okay. I know where that's coming from. I get it. I'm all right. So, yeah, you get that a lot. You get hidden enemies when you have a lot of loaded up 12th house, you know. You'll misjudge people. That's just the 12th house. It's funny, as a 12th houser, and I have 4 planets in the 12th house. As a 12th houser, if I'm not emotionally invested, I can read somebody like a book. If I'm emotionally invested, blinders. So, and that's not always romance. That can be friends too. or people you think that are your friends. But the minute I become where I care about someone, I can't see anymore, and I'll misjudge. Yes, absolutely. Same concept, Kristen. I don't just ask questions, I question everything. Yes, absolutely. You question everything. And I would be willing to say that probably when you state an opinion, Jesse, you don't just make some shit up that sounds good, and you don't just parrot what you've heard somebody else say. I guarantee you that what you hear me say, you've probably put the litmus test on it, right? And that's with anybody, and that's not that I don't take offense to that. I think everybody should do that. But you don't take anything at something's. You don't take anything at any person necessarily at their word. You're like, I wonder if that's true. And you go to town and you start doing some digging, and you find out, does that make sense? Does it not make sense? What's up with that, right? Yes, Kristen. I have to stop looking for the good in every yes. It's a slippery slope, that 12th house, isn't it? Yes, they will. Skeptic until proven wrong. Yes, me too. Me too. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that's a critical thinker. And I think critical thinking is something that's sorely lacking in this world, unfortunately. But yeah, that's what's up. Ugh. I would be curious about Mercury in the 12th. In that, okay, so the 12th house is like the energetic sponge where there's no energetic boundaries, right? And so I wonder, because Mercury represents thought, right? I wonder if sometimes thoughts get foggy. Are they my thoughts, or are they someone else's? Because the same thing happens with emotions with the 12th house, right? Are those my feelings, or are those someone else's feelings? That's the fog of the 12th house, that Neptunian fog. So I wonder if the same thing spill. And I have Mercury is one of the things that I have in the 12th house. So often you wonder, are those my thoughts, or are those someone else's? That's an interesting question. I don't have an answer. When I watch X number or tarot readings, that I say the same thing, I have to wonder. Yes. I have Aquarius in my third, and I was told that's why me and Aquarius. You and Aquarius are probably fast friends. The Sag Sun and Rising would not hurt that a bit either. Having Mercury, the planet of the mind, in Scorpio means your thinking is intensely strategic, perceptive, and investigating. Yeah, placing this in the 12th house. But every time I have thoughts, I'm questioning if they are my own. See? See? Isn't that interesting? Are we impressionable and we don't realize it? That's a good question, right? That's something that's worth looking into a little bit, right? Yeah, Mercury and Scorpio make you are beyond curious. Okay, so here's where you would differ from someone like me or Jesse. Because you have Mercury and Scorpio, you're not just curious, you have to know. You have to find out the truth. You are driven by compulsions that you don't even understand. That curiosity is on fucking. It's not curiosity, it's I have to find out the truth. That would be Mercury and Scorpio. That would be the difference in how Mercury would come about in a place like Scorpio, because it's compelled by that Pluto push. Yes, yes, I have to know the truth. I will not rest. I will not go to bed. If I have to stay up 42,000 hours, I will get to the truth. Well, Saggies like truth too. Saggies like truth, but the absolute, I will not stop until I find the truth, that's Mercury and Scorpio. That's where that's coming from. Saggies, their love for truth is similar to Gemini's love for the truth, okay? We definitely are curious, so are Saggies. We want the truth, right? And that you know, the Sagittarius mind is always wanting to expand and find out the meaning of life. Mercury and Scorpio has to know the meaning of life. There's a difference. It's when it goes into overdrive and you're like, I don't even know why I need to know this, but god damn, I'm just going to have to find out. That's Pluto driving the car. That's Pluto taking over. You have Jupiter and Scorpio. Wow. Relentlessly go after the truth. I can only calm down once yes. It's like a need for a drug. Pluto feels like that sometimes. Pluto feels like, it's almost like I have to have this drug. In this case, it's truth. Truth is your drug. That's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing. You can only find calm once you have the truth. That's your fix. There you go. Jesse, I'm not even going to talk about Jupiter and Scorpio because I would have to go down a road I don't need to go down. It would not be appropriate. Let's just say Scorpio rules the genitalia, and Jupiter is expansive. I'm not saying any more than that. We'll just leave that right there. Oh, God. Y'all don't realize what you tell me sometimes when y'all tell me your zodiac placements. Okay, I'm just saying. It's like Venus and Gemini. Tell me you like strange without telling me you like strange. Uranus in the 8th house, or Uranus in Scorpio. Tell me you're not fluid with it, and you got kinks or some really unusual habits or desires. Uranus in the 8th, or Uranus in Scorpio. Yup. Tell me you got kinks. Tell me you like to push the envelope. Yep. There's a lot you can tell with people's placements. And I just sit here and I eat my popcorn like a good old Gemini, and I'm like, tell me more, tell me more. Nothing is really off the table, right? Mars in the 8th, that would be the Energizer Bunny placement. And a constant need. Constant craving. Yeah. That would be Mars in the 8th. Mars conjunct Jupiter in the 8th is like, oh God, buckle the hell up. That 8th house, that Scorpio energy be something now. This is why I'm fascinated. I love studying, the 8th house and Scorpio, and I'm fascinated by it. And my moon is there. It's like I'm fascinated by it. That's my comfort zone, is all that dark shit, all that taboo shit, the occult, death, rebirth. I'm here for it. Dark, that's my comfort zone. Hell, I grew up in it. Hey, Goddess Hannah. Oh, Lord, girl. All right, if you cash at me, I'll do you one. Weird, freaky people, right? I am a weird, freaky person. Goddess Anna, if you cash at me, I'll read you one. Do you have my Cash App? Because I've got them sold out, but I'll do it for you. Here's my Cash App. and you'll see my mug. 35. It's 35. You just want one question, it's 35. But I'll read for you. I won't even put you, do you want me to timestamp this for you or not, Goddess Anna? I can. I will. I'll just put Anna. Yeah, I'll timestamp for you. I've got, hold on a minute. I've got Venmo, but I don't know what my Venmo is. Because that's how I pay my yard guy. Do I have me? The helly. Girl, I don't know how to figure this thing out. You don't have Cash App? Anna Banana? You don't know how to transfer from Venmo to Cash App. I think, hold on a minute. Let me look at my PayPal. You got PayPal? You can PayPal me. If you've got PayPal, Anna. I don't know. You've loved astrology all your life, but learning more about it now. I tell you one thing, Jesse, the more I learn about astrology, the more I learn how much I don't know. It is a vast subject. Girl, I hate Mercury retrograde. Me too. All I take on my website is either Cash App or PayPal. Figuring it out, give you a minute. Okay, I will. You're good. I love astrology, Jesse. I love studying astrology. It's fascinating to me. You know, Jesse, there's some really good. Are you on TikTok, Jesse? I think you are, aren't you? There's some really good astrologers over on TikTok. It's really crazy. I find the astrologers on TikTok better and the tarot on YouTube better. Well, Doris, is that my long lost Doris? Where you been? I love you. I missed you. Is that my Doris the Leo Doris? Is that am I right? Are you Doris the Leo Doris? If you're Doris the Leo, well, I have missed you too. And I'm glad you popped in and said hello. It means the world. I hope you've been doing good, Doris. It is a deep rabbit hole. I agree. Yes, Jesse. It is you. It's Doris. Yay, Doris. I'm glad you're here. How you been? Leo in the house. Whoop, whoop. Hey, Amaze Fun. You're a Sagittarius sun. Hey, Amber Joe. How you doing? Good to see you. But Doris, I hope you've been doing good. No TikTok? It's worth it for the astrologers on there. There's some good astrologers on there for sure. There's several ones that I really, really like over there. There is one astrologer who is really, he's either he's either smart as hell or nutty as a fruitcake, and I cannot figure out which. I've got to get into his content over on his Patreon and figure his shit out because I think he might be onto something. It's worth me spending the $20 to go check him out. You've been working, also got your apartment. Congratulations! Congratulations on your apartment. I'm so excited. I hope you're making it, I hope you're turning that apartment into a cozy Leo, sanctuary, right? I hope you're doing that. I'm happy for you. That's exciting. I want some M&Ms. I keep this bag of M&Ms on my tarot table for a reason. A tarot desk. It's officially a desk, but it doesn't have drawers, which is fine. I didn't want drawers. I wanted shelves. I've got shelves right here and right here that have like oracle decks and tarot decks, and then I've got a bookshelf over here. You can't see it, and it's all tarot decks, except the bottom shelf has about 3 laptops on it. And oracle decks and stuff like that. Oh, I'm so glad you shared that news with me, Doris. That makes my day. I always love it to see people doing well and getting blessed, right? You deserve that. I usually don't do that, Goddess Hannah. I usually don't do Zelle or Venmo. So if she left you 12 years ago, Amaze Fun, I would say that you would probably need to move on. I mean, I'm just being real with you. I don't do free readings, Amaze Fun, but I'm telling you that just maybe to help you out. You know what? You might be right, Goddess Anna. There's one I see reels on his Facebook. He seems flamboyant, but seems to know his stuff. Okay. Thank you, Goddess Anna. I appreciate you asking. I appreciate you asking, Goddess Anna. You may be right. You may be right. But if you have not talked to this woman in 12 years, I would say you probably don't want to know how she feels, okay? It probably would be something that would just be opening something up that would be hurtful for you. Amaze Fun, okay? I think what you need to do, Amaze Fun, is look up limerence, Limerance, and maybe look at that and understand that it might be time to let this person go, because to hold on to something 12 years, there's something inherently, that's something you need to look at, because if she's been gone 12 years, she's moved on. Yeah, I know, Kristen. I know. I know. Yeah. Yeah. And sometimes what's talking about astrology, sometimes there are planetary aspects that occur in synastry, in a synastry chart, where you look at the compatibility between two people and you can see uh, the likelihood of limerence occurring on one or both sides. You can see that. It is called a plutonic or plutonian connection, speaking of Pluto, right? Um, and I talk about that in a lot more detail in my Soul Connections videos that I have. But you can sometimes see that in synastry, where you have limerence or obsession, and it can be created when Pluto has a hard aspect. When one person's Pluto has a hard aspect to another person's sun, one of their nodes, moon, their Venus, when you have a hard aspect involving Pluto and the other person's whatever, then you can have that sometimes on one side, sometimes on both sides, and it can create something akin to an addiction. And I've experienced that. My catalyst was a double-sided Plutonian connection. That is true. That is true. But I do feel like Neptune is accurate for Pisces, because when you think about the Neptunian fog, Sagittarius doesn't seem to have that like Pisces. Because where Neptune, with Jupiter, you get all that optimism. Neptune can give you delusional optimism. That's the difference. That's the difference. And that's the struggle. That's why Pisces is a hard sign, and 12th house energy is very difficult. I think for the same reason that, because Aquarius, well, it's actually co ruled by Neptune and Jupiter. Pisces is ruled by both. And Aquarius is another one, in that Aquarius traditionally was ruled by Saturn, and then Uranus got thrown in the mix. And the reason, and I think both are true for Aquarius, I think Uranus got thrown in the mix. A lot of times these planets were discovered later. And so that's why a lot of times you have, originally Pisces was just Jupiter because we didn't know about Neptune. Originally Aquarius was Saturn because we didn't know about Uranus. Hey Jennifer, how you doing? That's why that happens a lot of times, And like, I think Scorpio was originally just ruled by Mars. And Pluto is the hand that rocks the cradle at Scorpio. And Neptune is the hand that rocks the cradle with Pisces. And so is Uranus with Aquarius. They're much more influential than those others, right? Pluto is Libra. Yes. That's what it is, Kristen. That's what it is. That's why, and here's another thing. In the zodiac wheel, the fifth house rules romance, the seventh house rules marriage. And I can tell you why. I can tell you why they're in two different houses. Curious? Because I went down that rabbit trail. Exactly, Kristen. Exactly. But the reason that romance is an entirely different house than the seventh house, okay, because the seventh house, it represents permanent partnerships, and it can be marriage, it can also be business partnerships, and just one-on-one friendships even can fall within the seventh house sometimes. But the reason that marriage is in the seventh house is because, okay, and if you think about the sign of Libra, that's seventh house, right? And the Justice card in the tarot is associated with the sign of Libra. Legal contracts. Marriage was done for business purposes back in the day, especially between families. It was a business arrangement, much more than it had nothing to do with romance. Many times people did not marry who they loved. And so that's why it's in an entirely different house, because marriage, and if you think about it, and this is why I don't believe in traditional marriage when it comes to my love life. Why do I want to involve the government and make a business contract out of romance? What the fuck? That's marriage, traditionally. And it really, if you think about it, marriage really is entangling in a business way, because when we marry someone, then we become enmeshed financially, and that's why the fifth house is romance and the seventh house is marriage, because marriage is business. According to astrology, marriage is business. And I think that's still true today. And I'll die on that hill. So I would say you probably would be more likely to fall in love with an Aries than a Gemini. Yeah, I love you so much, I want the government involved. I want to make a business contract. I want to shit where I eat. What the fuck? Right? Yeah. That's my take on marriage. And that's why I'll never get married again. I will definitely entertain long-term commitment all day long, but I do not see the need to make it a contract. What? Are you kidding me? And if you think about it, it's a hot mess to get divorced. It's not cheap. The only thing I've ever had is a pipe. There you go. There you go. But isn't it twisted the way we do this? Isn't that twisted? And you talk about, well, kids. Well, you know what? Marrying somebody sure doesn't ensure that they're going to make a good parent, does it? Piece of paper doesn't make a good relationship. It doesn't make someone faithful, and it sure doesn't make someone a good parent. I'm just saying. I've been married for sure. I've had a couple of divorces under my belt for sure, but and I don't regret it. I learned a lot. I learned I don't want to do it anymore. I learned it's not for me. Commitment, absolutely, with the right person. But marriage, why? I don't get it. My Gemini brain doesn't get it. But I will say this. My psyche, which is your soul, my psyche placement in my chart is in the sign of Aquarius in the 9th house. My soul is very much an anarchist. I'm an anarchist at heart. I'm a rebel at heart. And I am a person that says, this doesn't work. Why are we even doing this? That is what my soul does, right? At a soul level. And I'm all about removing the chains, right? I know, Jesse. I know. So that's why probably I have some very unorthodox views, because my soul is very Aquarian. I like Aquarians too, Kristen. I really do. I have a close Aquarius friend. I don't think I've ever dated an Aquarius. I definitely would. You know, Aquarius is just like any other sign. You can have the lower aspects of an Aquarian energy, and you can have the higher aspects. You know, I'm blessed because my close friend that's an Aquarius clearly is, you know, on the higher vibrational side of that sign. The lower vibrational Aquarians can be know-it-alls and detached and all this kind of stuff, and you know, I get that, but I absolutely love Aquarians when they are vibing. It's just, and it's a misunderstood sign. A lot of times, even when they're vibing high, people will misunderstand them. And a high vibrational Aquarius is the ultimate humanitarian. They care so much about people. They really do. All people equally. That's the humanitarian in Aquarius. Everyone is important and no one is more important than anybody else. That's Aquarius. Oh, I love that. I love that. All right, well, y'all, I think I'm going to get out of here. I'm tired, and it's 11:30 here. I'm about to turn into a pumpkin. Well, fire and air typically vibe. Fire and air typically vibe. Air will vibe with air, fire will vibe with fire, air will vibe with fire. And that's not hard and fast. You got to look at the whole chart. You got to look at the whole chart. Sometimes I can vibe with certain water signs because I have a lot of water, and I can vibe with earth signs because I have a lot of water in my chart. Um, it just kind of depends. It just depends on the rest of their chart. You know, you got to look at the whole thing. I definitely look for Plutonian synastry, and if I see that, I'm just like, you know what? You're a great person, and I'm a great person, but us together, dumpster fire. No, I'm good. Have a great life. We'll be friends. That's it. Yeah, I'm going to get some rest. It's been fun talking to you guys. I love y'all to the moon and back. I'll see y'all later. Bye, y'all.